yeah. How are you doing on this special day? Keeping your motive in a special way.
Just want to praise you. Lift my hands and say, I love you. You are the world to me, and I exalt your goodness name. Exalt your coldest name. I exalt your coldest name, Most High.
and daughters of the covenant of
All right, let's try that again. More Josiah calling me, telling me I have no sound. I just noticed I didn't have the sound on. Yeah, got it. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right. Yeah, More Josiah was just reaching out to me, let me know I had no sound. What in the world's going on here? Oh, my computer's doing its own thing. Let's get that out. I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, so what I was saying was, while my sound was out, I was saying that pray that everybody had a good week. Had a short week this week, and I actually went out Memorial Day and actually worked. I think I did. I got to look at my schedule. I know my week was off because.
I think so.
Huh?
I think we did.
I think we ran out on Memorial Day, but anyway, I was off yesterday. I'm going back to trucking. Got to do what I got to do. So, had some issues that came up, and so I'm going to be Emory Josiah. I'm going to be hitting back on the streets. I'll be unloading, and doing this is specific. I'm not going to tell all my business because people never know who might be out to get a brother. But I'm going to be delivering at grocery stores, multiple stops during the day, driving the day cab out during the day and home at night. So I'll be doing my schedule will be from Sunday to Thursday. So I'll be off Fridays and Saturdays because I told them I don't work on the Shabbat. They said, no problem. They said, we require people to work on the weekend. I said, well, I don't work on Saturdays. I'll give you Sundays. So It's gonna be from Sunday to Thursday, so I'll be off Fridays and Shabbat, and then back out on first day of the week. So until further notice, so y'all pray my strength because I got to get back out there and I'm gonna do it. I guess I can do 6 months worth. They don't know that, but maximum a year because I can't. I'm past that mindset of working. I really am, because I want to be free to focus on my dreams and things that I started, my books and stuff like that, my music, all of that. So that's where my focus is. I'm not going to be a couch potato and sit up and go into retirement, but I'm going to actually begin the second half of my life and focus on that. But in the meantime, I incur some debt, and so I got to do it. And it's definitely I can't depend on YouTube to pay off those debts. I mean, people think because you have a YouTube channel, you get a lot of money and all of that. I'm not getting a lot of money, and I'll be upfront and tell everybody the truth. It takes me 2 to 3 months to get $100. So you imagine if I can live off of $100 for 2 to 3 months on this channel. That's about what I get from my ads and from my memberships and stuff like that. So I do this at my expense. It costs me $100 a month just for the internet. So I don't know why sometimes people think that when you're on YouTube, you're rich. You got a channel, you stream it every Shabbat, man, you got a lot of money. No. Only those people that got like over 100,000 subscribers, those people make a reasonable amount. You might make about 3,000 or 4,000 a month if you got over 100,000 subscribers. You know, we have under what's our subscription account? About 3,000. Let me see. Hold on a second. Our subscription account on our YouTube is we got, it's not showing, 3,000 and some change. And all 3,000 of the subscribers don't even view. So we're not even getting 10% of our subscribers to support the channel by watching. So I don't know where the other 90% of the people, or 95%, 5% of the subscribers view the videos on this channel. That's amazing, right? If I could get over 50% of the subscribers that watch this channel, it might help me to at least make $500 maybe a month. But just with the 3,000 subscribers, we only having about 5% of the subscribers that watch the videos. Other people that watch, and I probably will say it's more likely that the 5% number is more than likely it's people that are not subscribed to the channel. I haven't looked at the stats, but well, enough with that. So I just want y'all to know that your brother got to go to work. Okay, got to go to work. And now, so we're gonna go ahead and get started with the lesson today. The lesson, as we see on the screen, but you can't see it there because I got it blocked out. Let me bring it up on the screen here so you won't see me. Okay, where did it go? Over here. Okay. All right. Still can't see. So this is the lesson. The coming reverse slave trade according to prophecy. The coming reverse slave trade according to prophecy. Somebody said, brother, is it really going to be a reverse slave trade? Does the Bible really say that? Stay tuned. Because that's a subject that's touchy, because a lot of people, let me just I wrote something that I wanted to say. I have a script. All right, let's close this down now. And I have a script that I wrote out. And what I am saying in the script, let's bring this over here. Okay. Is, have y'all, that's the question we got to ask, right? Have y'all forgotten what the nations have done to the so-called Negroes in the slave trade? And in addition to that, it's not in my notes, but do the nations believe that the slave trade, and when I say slave trade, I'm not just talking about the transatlantic. We're going to talk about that today. All of the slave trades had the same people, every last one of them, from the Bible days until the 20th century, right? The same people. In the biblical days, you got to make that connection, because see, they want us to believe that the people that was enslaved in the biblical days is somebody different than the people that were enslaved in these various modern AD slave trades. We know for a fact, and I want y'all invite atheists, agnostics today, because the Most High wants us to warn the nations, because y'all can't bring judgment on the nations until we warn the nations of what's to come. There's coming a reverse slave trade. There's coming a repayment. Every nation, and y'all might want to kick back at it and push back and clap back and all kinds of backs you want to do, right? You want to piggyback, like Josiah said, land me back, let us back. Cabbage back, all kind of backs, right? We got all kind of, everybody want to back that thing up. But every prime minister, right? Every national leader, president, need to know this. There's coming a reverse slave trade, and you can't stop it. Why? Because Yah spoke it. And if Yah speaks it, that's it. You can't stop it. That's why there's an awakening happening. So all you politicians on the right, they want to throw this terminology called wokeism and woke and all that kind of thing like that. I'm about to say your ass, but I said it. Your ass is going to pay. You going to pay. You got a debt that you owe, and your reparations, make a public news. This is prophecy. This is not hate speech, right? This is prophecy. The nations owe a debt that must be paid according to prophecy, because you can't get by. You owe a debt. It's like what they tell you when you sign for a loan, right? Especially if it's government-backed student loan. You owe that, and you're going to pay it, right? Now, Biden came in office, and he erased some student loans that was under 20,000 for those that signed up for it, right? But all in all, people that had more than $20,000 worth of student loan debt still got to pay it back. So if you got to pay back a student loan, you don't think that the slave trade has never been paid back, right? So do the nations honestly think that you can just erase the past? Just white it out, forget about it, right? Just erase the past and not have to pay any reparations? Oh, that was a long time ago, right? Right? Does the scripture say anything about it? Right? Will there be a repayment? Huh? And how much will be paid back? And who will pay? Does the Bible have anything to say about that? We're going to talk about that today, right? Then somebody might say, well, why do African Americans feel like we owe them anything? I never owned a slave. You don't feel like you have to pay, but you benefited. I'm going to show you some clips in a minute. You benefited from it, right? You benefited from the enslavement of the people that you say, y'all just need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Doggone it, y'all done stole the boots and the straps. I don't have no boots or straps to pull up by. Every time y'all pass a law, it's designed to take away my boots and my straps. I can't even get my boots on the ground. Now we start singing about where the fan. Y'all about to take the fans too. They gonna take the fans. They done took the boots and the strap. Now they gonna be coming after the fan. Y'all gonna be at the fan no more. Where the fans? They be like, yeah, where the fans? They took my fan too. Have mercy, have mercy. So these are some of the questions and statements that people make about reparations for the Hebrew people in this systematic racist world. Now, what we're not saying is that you individually are racist. We're saying the system, right? That's what what they call it, critical race theory, is a study about the system, right, of racism against a specific people. Y'all ain't gonna talk to me. Y'all are not gonna talk to me. It's a systematic system against a specific people.
So it's still racism.
Huh?
It's still racism.
Yeah.
Because the system by itself is nothing without the people that's pushing it.
But what I'm saying is the people, we're not saying the people themselves are racist. We're saying the system is racist. So, because I learned this when I was in corporate. It's hard to prove that a person is racist. Right? But you can prove that policy is racist. That's what we want to do, right? Policy. We're not saying the people are racist. You might be. We're saying the policy is racist, right? Does the scripture say anything about the policy? Right? What did the Most High say about the fourth beast? That he would do what? Let's pull up real quick. Huh?
That the one?
Mm-hmm.
Change times and laws.
Mm-hmm. Let's pull it up real quick. This is Daniel 8. One of the first places the Most High told me to study when I came to the knowledge that I was an Israelite. Okay. So Daniel 8 and verse 25. All right, let's put it up on the screen. Okay. Daniel 8 and verse 25. All right. Let's see. Let's blow this up here. Matter of fact, let's leave it right there. Y'all can see it. Might have to use your spiritual eyes and zoom in on the screen. All right, 8:25. What does it say?
And
Wait a minute. Hold on. Start at 23. Go 23 through 25. Okay, good.
And in the latter time of their kingdom,
Right.
when the transgressors are come to the full, a king of fierce countenance and overstanding dark sentences shall stand up.
Right.
And his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. And he shall destroy wonderfully, and shall prosper and practice, and shall destroy the mighty and the Kodesh people.
Right.
And through his policy also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand, and he shall magnify himself in his heart, and by peace shall destroy many.
Right.
He shall also stand up against the prince of princes, but he shall be broken without hand.
See that? So boom, there you go. So this man that is the prince is the man who's coming, the second coming, that Christendom thinks he looked like them. He don't look like them. When he come back, it said that all the tribes of the earth, when they see him in the cloud, let's pull it up real quick, right? All the tribes shall mourn. That's Matthew 24. All right, pull it up real quick. Matthew 24 and 29, right? We in a tribulated time right now. All right, 29 and 30. Matthew 24. As we say, when I was in Chicago, Matith Yahoo. 24, 29, and 30. All right, go ahead.
Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened,
Right.
and the moon shall not give her light.
Right.
And the stars shall fall from heaven,
Right.
and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken.
Right.
And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in the heaven.
Mm-hmm.
And then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn.
Right.
And they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great kabod.
Right. So there you go. Boom. All right. How about that?
What's wrong with that line?
Wait, that wasn't a lie. Wait, hold on. Bring it out. Okay. Now I got two bring it outs.
Bring it out.
That's me. I like that one better. Okay. All right. So now, so the tribes of the earth are going to mourn because when they see the Messiah coming in the cloud, they're going to mourn, right? Because it's at that moment that they're going to realize the 1619 project is real. What's the 1619 project? All right, let's go there. Jeremiah 16:19. So when you say the 1619 project, when I say the 1619 project, I'm talking about the book. So let's open up the book to Jeremiah 16:19. And what does that verse say?
O Yah, my strength and my fortress,
Right.
and my refuge,
Right.
in the day of affliction, the Gentiles shall come unto thee from the ends of the earth, and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanity and things wherein there is no profit.
Right. That's it. Boom. So that's the 1619 project. When they look up in the cloud and they see this man that don't look like them pictures that they got,
They gonna be woke.
say that again.
They are going to be woke.
They're going to be woke, right? And they're going to realize we got a debt that we got to pay.
What have I done?
And you got 1,000 years to pay it back. Now think about this now. The average so-called Hebrew, so-called Negro, may have lived to be 60, 70, 80, and maybe some 90. Occasional few here, 100. So they're going to get at least 90% more time that they live to be repaid back for every pain, every injustice, every discrimination, every oppression, every browbeating, every lynching, every interrogation, everything that the nations, right? That's what we got to get on our belt. Y'all's going to judge not just the so-called white man, white supremacy, but he's going to judge the nations. He's going to judge who? He's going to judge the nations. I wish I had the guy. Man, I got to get me some young brothers coming back. He's going to judge who? The nations. Y'all going to judge the nations. You're not. Those of you that are in hierarchy structure that may see me and may scroll past, remember this face. I told you. And this is an opportunity for you to heed to the warning, right? Somebody said, well, brother, we're not supposed to focus on the Gentiles. We're not focusing on the Gentiles. We're warning them. That's not focus, it's warning. And Most High told us to warn. We're going to show you where the Most High said to warn, right? Okay, now before we get there, I'm ahead of myself. Let me slow it down a little bit. Back it up, slow it down. All right, now we got 3 hours to get this in. I don't want to make it a part 2, okay? Because I got something else I want to cover next week. We'll cover part of that, part of America's judgment, because America's going to be one of the main payer backers. America, including South America, not just United States. Okay, now. So back to what I was saying. So the Yah has not forgotten what the nations have done. The nations not going to get by because the nations will pay. Tell the leaders of the nation, you will pay. Say if Yah, not me. Yah spoke it and you know it because you know that book better than I do. You might not. You might want to suppress it. You might want to nail the Old Testament to the cross because it speaks of judgment and fairness and righteousness, right? But you're not going to get past all of that, right? You got a debt. Your fathers created an issue for the children.
Am I right? That's right.
The fathers, he said, what did the Most High said? Let's go to Exodus 20. I'm going to put the word on you. We're going to bust your head wide open with the word. All right. So what did the Most High say in Exodus 20? All right. Verse 5. Okay. Verse 5 and 6. What does it say?
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, Yah, am a jealous Elohim, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me,
Right.
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments.
There you go. Boom. I need to start doing my bring it out when you get ready to read.
I thought you were going to
Bring
go to
it out!
Jeremiah.
Huh?
I thought you was going to Jeremiah.
Jeremiah.
Like the fathers eating the sour grapes.
Oh. What? No, I want to say, no, I'm bringing this out here, right? Is because we're talking about the judgment.
Mm-hmm.
Why the children are reaping the judgment, not Israel, right? Because see, that proverb, what you're talking about in Jeremiah is about Israel.
Gotcha.
Right? This right here is talking about the nations in general, including Israel. So he said he's going to visit the iniquities of the fathers upon the children, right? So your fathers' nations and all the supremacists, your fathers have made a bill. Your fathers have ran up your tab. He ran up your tab and it's never been paid. And you can't file bankruptcy out of it. You might go bankrupt, but you can't file for bankruptcy. Because when you pay back the reparations, you will be bankrupt, right? That's why the nations are fighting against reparations, because they know that what they owe is everything that they got. All the nations, we're going to show it to you. We're going to go in history. We're going to show it to you. All the nations, if they paid back the reparations they owe to the enslaved people that they enslaved, they'll be bankrupt. So the nations owe a debt that they only can pay back in servitude through time. Right? It's called what? Indentured servitude. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing because anybody know my personality. I laugh about serious things. I'm not laughing at it. I laugh because that's how I respond to truth, right? I had a brother years ago told me, he said, brother, why do you laugh when you teach? I said, it's my personality. I'm not a serious individual all the time, right? I can say something serious and laugh because that's my personality, right? And some people, one brother, he had a problem with me because of that. But after he learned me, he realized, oh, you know what? That's just his personality. There's another brother, Emory Josiah, can attest to that. He's not with us any longer. We were similar, and come to find out that he was born under the same sign I was born under. And when I met him, I was like, is this guy sarcastic or what? He was comical like me. Yeshay. Did you meet Yeshay?
Mm-mm.
That's right. We went to California. He was out of town. We went. Yeah. But Yeshay was, but anyway. So the nations have a debt that must be paid. Boom. Minister Louis Farrakhan years ago, he nailed it. He said it. I wish I had the clip. I'll pull up and play it. He says America has a debt. And I'm saying it's more than America. It's the nations. I'm going to show it to you. All right. Now, let me bring my opening statement to a close because we're going to the court. We're going to the jury today. All right. We're going to prove to you. We're going to pull out. We're going to pull out the receipts. And we're going to let the jury determine whether or not the debt is valid. Right? So they ask questions and make statements about whether reparations, whether they owe reparations. Although we have, they said, well, y'all, black people, we had a black president. Why y'all worry about reparations? Right? Now, reparations is not individual. Let me say that again. Reparations is not individual. One more time. Reparations is not individual. It's national. Every nation owes reparations to the enslaved people who they called Africans and Negroes. Every nation, every last one of them, owe reparations to the nation. Not just America, not just the United States. Every nation owes reparations. And they will pay reparations, says Yah. Make no mistakes about it. You will pay reparations. And with a smile on your face. And the yellow shoelace like with his Ronald McDonald. You're going to pay it with a smile on your face. You're going to have that with a Kool-Aid man. The Kool-Aid, you're going to have a Kool-Aid smile. You're going to pay reparations with a Kool-Aid smile. Every leader, the first shall be last. The last shall be first. So all y'all that's on top, you're going to be on the bottom. I told when I was in corporate America, I was on one side of the table and my supervisor, who happened to be elevated to manager at the time. Was he manager? Yeah, manager. I said, today, so I said to him, I said, today I'm on this side of the table. I said, but there's coming a day when the role's going to be reversed and you're going to be on the other side of the table. He turned red when I said that. He turned red. He said, people don't say stuff like that to me and not get fired. You know what I told him? This was the Ruach in me. I said, well, then fire me then. If you think that's going to make you feel good, fire me. He started sweating because I was fearless. That's my name, Kazak. I can't help my character. I'm fearless. Right? Now, so, although there were some accomplishments, we had a black president. Let me bring this up so I can read what I say here. Although there are some accomplishments, we have some people that have arrived to a certain financial status, like you have your Oprah Winfrey's and your Tyler Perry's and some others, right? Without naming a whole bunch of people, but everybody knows those two. Then you got your preachers that are rich, right? Okay. However, the policies, as we read in Daniel, were created, designed to keep the people, as we read, the Kodesh people, on the bottom. Right? Now, before I begin, I want to show you a clip that's going to set the tone for this lesson, right? All right? Now, I think I already set the tone, but let's play a clip here and listen in. Okay.
Told you. So Donald Trump says he believes in reparations for white people who have suffered under DEI,
right.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Right.
Here it is.
I will direct the Department of Justice to pursue federal civil rights cases against schools that continue to engage in racial discrimination and schools that persist in explicit, unlawful discrimination under the guise of equity will not only have their endowments taxed, but through budget reconciliation, I will advance a measure to have them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment. A portion of the seized funds will then be used as restitution for victims of these illegal and unjust policies that hurt our country so badly. Colleges have gotten hundreds of billions of dollars from hardworking taxpayers, and now we are going to get this anti-American insanity out of our institutions once and for all.
Here's how Joy Reid and Don Lemon reacted to Trump's proclamation.
Reparations. But for white people. This is America.
Wait.
So, in other words, reparations for white people. Any comments on that, Trumpites?
Trumpites. She said Trumpites.
Now, I really would like, specifically,
Right.
Black Trump supporters to opine on this measure.
Right.
I consider it to be madness. You all have an invitation here anytime.
Okay. So that's Richie, Dr. Rashid Richie. And so now the nations are trying to reverse, starting with him, reverse and flip the script and say, oh, you owe us reparations. You owe us reparations. We don't owe you no reparations. You owe us reparations, right? Now, I'm going to play another clip. I don't want to play too much stuff because I don't want to get a copyright. So I'm going to just go to the next video here. All right. Now, this is, I live in Maryland. This is the Maryland governor, right? This is what, I want to show you this clip here right quick. All right.
Well, a bill to establish a reparations commission is gaining momentum as session 2025 winds down. Gary Collins with our Spotlight on Maryland team has an update.
Announced as a priority of the Legislative Black Caucus of Maryland this session, a bill to study the feasibility of state reparations has successfully passed the Maryland Senate.
Good.
We asked lawmakers and we tried to ask the governor about what they thought about this new commission. Without much debate or conversation,
Senator Muse, State Government Maryland Reparations Commission.
a bill for the state to study giving reparations, including financial payments to balance past racial injustices, passed the state Senate 2 weeks ago.
Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
A bill that's been part of a larger national conversation in several states after the 2020 death of George Floyd in Indianapolis.
Senate Bill 587, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed.
Now
We
watch
don't
this.
have the money to be exploring these options right now, period.
State Minority Whip Justin Reedy told Spotlight on Maryland that amid a $3.3 billion historic deficit, with future years in the state budget looking equally tough,
And I question whether using taxpayer money would ever be appropriate in this context. Even going back to when reparations were paid to survivors of the Holocaust, they went after companies, that were involved, not after taxpayers.
state assemblies in New York and Illinois have recently adopted.
Wait a minute. So is the government a company?
Definitely.
It's a company, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that can be debated because we pay fees to the state to drive a vehicle. We pay fees to the state, mortgage taxes and all kinds of stuff. We pay income taxes and everything, right? We get a portion of it back. Mm-hmm. So he said corporations. Maryland's a corporation, right? Whatever state you're from is a corporation. Whatever nation you live in is a national corporation. Headquarters. They pass some laws. You pay federal taxes, right? Okay, so it's a corporation. All right, let's continue.
Similar bills to study the feasibility of financial restitution for racial injustices. California was the first state to finish this study, issuing an 11,000-page report that recommended down payments amounting to $1.2 million of restitution per eligible person. Maryland General Assembly. We previously asked Governor Wes Moore in mid-January if he would support state lawmakers' push for reparations.
Look at that. Look at that. So California said $1.2 million per person in California for reparations. That's just one state. Now, how many black people in California? or somebody who is a descendant of an enslaved African, right? I'm not going to ask Google that. Maybe I will. Let's do it real quick. What's the population of black people in California? It says in 2020, estimated black or African American population in California is 5.4% of the state's total population, which is about 2,173,348 people. So 2 million. So if you multiply, let's just say, he said 1.2 million. Let's say 2 million would be what? I have 1 million apiece. 2 million people that, help me, I do the math. 2 million people, right, are entitled to get $1.2 million. So at 1.2 times 2 is what? 2.4, right? So that'd be 240 trillion. Wait a minute, I think if I did my math right, somebody help me out. Did I do the math right? That would be $240 trillion just for California alone that would have to pay reparations. So now, if we continue to study, as he said, right? If all the states did the same thing, and the more people that are in the state, you can do it by state, each state. The more people in the state, and the higher, because they have to assess what damage, right? Because California, the slave rate of California is not like the slave rate in Maryland or Virginia or South Carolina. Ooh, big time, right? North Carolina, right? So if you add all those states and the population in those states, each state would be at least $200 trillion in debt. They can't pay that. They can't pay that. So you take 200, let's do it this time, do a little math. What's 200 trillion times 50?
The answer is 10 quadrillion.
10 quadrillion. Boom! Bankrupt. That's why they don't want to entertain, because they got a debt that they can't pay. Let's go back to the tape.
Something that your administration would support?
No, I mean, we're going to work with the General Assembly on a whole collection of different issues, and our focus is economic advancement.
Without receiving a direct answer.
But now see, Wes Moore already know. See, he knows that they don't have the money to pay the reparations if they actually did the study. He knows it. Now, Wes Moore is from the West Indies, his history, his heritage. So he knows. He knows they don't have the money to pay. So why waste your time, right? People say, well, the study, when they get finished with the study, they're going to find out that they don't have the money to pay these reparations. Right? All right, let's go back into the tape.
We took our questions about whether he would sign or veto the pending bill and several other unanswered questions about the budget to Governor Wes Moore as he poured drinks ahead of opening day at Getman Yards. Governor! We tried to speak to him once as he passed by. Governor! We tried again, and despite the governor stopping to speak with others, he refused to answer our questions. So we decided to ask others in the bar what they think about the reparations bill and if the governor should sign it.
I think the governor, though, is more worried about being popular in a popular contest with other people in the country and maybe trying to do something with the White House than he is worried about the people in the state of Maryland.
We sent the governor's office questions about the animated response.
I disagree with that. He is concerned about the people of the state of Maryland because he knows that if they go through with it, he's going to be without a job. he gonna be without a job because he already know the math is not mathing. See, he's not as dumb as he look, right? I say that not saying he's dumb, but that's how I, that's a country thing. I'm not as dumb as I look. I don't know if people say it anywhere else, but they say that here when I was a little kid. My dad used to say that I ain't dumb as I look. Westmore knows. He knows the numbers. He already know that if he continue to study, and it's going to come out that the state owes too much money that they can't pay. It's going to bankrupt the state. That's why y'all has to bring the reparations, because the nation's got a debt that they can't pay. They accumulated a debt, unlimited debt. That's why, see, the Christian church got you going to heaven. We wasn't persecuted in heaven. We was persecuted on the earth. And the earth has got to pay. The nation's got to pay. There's no way around it. Moore knows that. Let's go back into the tape.
That he received inside of the Camden Yards bar this afternoon, as well as questions about his support for reparations. His office did not directly respond to our questions, instead saying that Governor Moore will work with lawmakers to ensure the state is more affordable, more competitive, and a state that serves.
Right. So that's his way of saying, let's leave it alone. Y'all put a black man in this position. If I go through with this process, now what? Now he responded back. Watch this. He responded back, right? He's helping them out. He's helping them out and helping himself out in the process. But watch this now. This is the second video of him. All right.
And Governor Wes Moore is coming under fire after he vetoed a bill that would have created a commission to study and recommend reparations.
So he vetoed the bill. All right. Let me back this up again. He vetoed the bill.
And Governor Wes Moore is coming under fire after he vetoed a bill that would have created a commission to study and recommend reparations for African Americans who were impacted by slavery.
This bill passed with the overwhelming majority in the House and the Senate. Our Lionel Donovan has more from Annapolis.
See, because the people that passed the bill don't know the numbers. Wes Moore is a governor. He's a financial man. He know the numbers, and he said, well, we don't have the money to pay the reparations. Let's just worry about getting the economy in Maryland together, because we realize right now we need to get this economy rolled, because this nation has a debt if they're going to pay reparations that they can't afford to pay, because we're going to be upside down. You know how you buy a house and the house is not worth what you bought it for, and you're upside down in the mortgage? These nations are upside down in their mortgage that they owe on reparations. That's why they can't pay. All right, let's continue.
When it comes to reparations, we have only begun to fight.
Activists gathered in front of the State House this afternoon, calling out the actions of one man.
Governor Wes Moore! What do you want?
Reparations!
And when do you want it?
Now! On Friday, the governor announced plans to veto legislation that would have established a commission to study the historical impact of chattel slavery and policies during the Jim Crow era. Governor Moore explained his reasoning in a letter to Senate President Bill Ferguson, stating, quote, I strongly believe now is not the time for another study. Now is the time for continued action that delivers results for the people we serve.
There's no reason you can't do both.
Carl Snowden of the Caucus of African American Leaders pushed back on Moore's stance, saying the commission gives Maryland a chance to do more than pay lip service to a historic injustice. The Senate bill describes potential forms of reparations ranging from apology statements, monetary compensation, debt forgiveness, social services, or home buying assistance, among other options.
I think the country's changing. I think the attitudes are changing. I think people are ready for a serious look at reparations at the state level.
Now advocates say they plan to call on lawmakers to stand behind their votes, because this commission is long overdue.
No person, black or white, Democratic or Republican, should be unwilling to look at data and facts presented to them to show what has happened to black people and how it has ill affected them, especially in this hour.
Now, if the reparations bill had been signed, the commission would have begun work this year with a deadline of 2027 to deliver a final report. From the State House, Lionel Donovan, WUSA 9.
Now, so we're going to go to the scriptures now, because the Most High has already done the study. The Most High has already done the study. There's no need for Maryland to do a study. There's no need for Florida and Georgia, California. Well, they didn't finish their study already. Illinois, New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. Where y'all from? Nevada, Arizona, all the places where we are. There's no need for them to do a study because Yah has already done the study. Boom. All right. So now we're gonna go to Joel, right? And we're gonna begin to present the case before the jury. All right. I need my ding 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 ding. The litigants in this case. Right. Okay. Remember Judge Wapner?
Oh, yeah.
Ding, ding, ding. He's accused of owing reparations to the so-called Negroes and African Americans. Can he prove the case that the nations owe reparations to the so-called Negroes? Stay tuned as we go into this courtroom. All right, now, Joel chapter 3, right? Everybody knows we read it. We read it. I'm going to start at verse 1, all right? We're going to take our time with this here. Okay. Joel chapter 3 and verse 1, all right? We'll start at chapter 3, verse 1. Okay, go ahead.
For behold, in those days and at that time, when I shall bring again the captivity of Yehuda and Jerusalem.
Okay, so when is that going to happen? When the Messiah, in Matthew 24, we read where it said that all the tribes of the earth shall mourn, right? And then he said, they shall see the Son of Man coming in the cloud. And then in that same chapter, 24, it said, he will send the elect. Not just to America, y'all that got this hatred towards America, but to the four corners, right? Y'all's going to send his angels to the four corners, right? Let's read it real quick. Let's go to Matthew's 24 again. And then we'll come back. Okay. Verse 31, the very next verse. Okay. So y'all can say, so y'all can't say that I'm making this stuff up. Okay. Now, so we did immediately after tribulation those days, we read that the sun shall be darkened and the sun be darkened, light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of heavens will be shaken. Okay, verse 30, go ahead.
And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven.
Right.
And then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn.
Right.
And they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great kabod.
Right.
And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet.
Right.
And they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other.
So he's going to gather the elect from the four corners, not just one corner, right? Mm-hmm. So the brothers have this hatred towards America, but Yah's going to judge the nations, not just America. Right? All right. Now, so let's go back to Joel 3. Okay. So it said Yah, he's going to bring the captivity of Jerusalem. All right, verse 2.
I will also gather all nations,
He's gonna
and
gather
will
who?
bring all nations,
and
will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat,
right,
and will plead with them there for my people and for my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my land.
Right. See that? So he says he's going to bring all nations. Now let me ask a dumb question. Is the United States a nation? Is South America a nation? Are there nations in South America? Yes, there are, right? Is Canada a nation? Yep. How about England? Yep. How about France? Yep. How about Spain? Yep. How about Portugal? Yep. How about Italy? Rome? Yep. How about Iraq? Yep. How about Iran? Yep. How about China? Is that a nation? Yep. How about Japan? Is that a nation too? Yep. India? Yep. All right. Africa, Europe, and America. 3 continents. 1, 2, 3. Right? You do know Asia is part of the African continent. Okay, I left Asia out. Oh, the continent of Asia, China and Japan. Okay, so Asia, Europe, Africa, and America. 4. Okay. All right. Had to correct myself there. All right. Now, let's go to Revelation real quick. Revelation. All right. Revelation 13. All right. Verse 13, Revelation 13, verse 9, I'm going to read 9 and 10, right? What the Most High said.
If any man have an ear, let him hear.
Let him hear. Listen.
He that leadeth into captivity
Right.
shall go into captivity.
Right.
And he that killeth with the sword
Right.
must be killed with the sword.
Right.
Here is the patience and the faith of the saints.
That's good. That's good. So he that leadeth, or he that took into captivity, right, must go into captivity. Huh? So if the Most High said, I'm going to visit the iniquities of the fathers upon the children, we about the 3rd generation, the third to fourth generation right now, outside of the climax, so to speak, of the slave trade. 400 years, right? Mm-hmm. So this is the generation that must pay. Boom. This is the generation that must pay. We're going to show it to you in a second. All right, now let's go back to Joel 3. Okay, we always read Joel 3, but let's read it with comprehension now. All right, now he says in verse 3, the people, the nations are going to be judged for these people that fit this prophecy, that fit this description, right? All right. So let's go. Verse 3.
And they have cast lots for my people, and have given a boy for a harlot, and sold a girl for wine that they might drink.
Okay, that's good. So they sold lots. They have cast lots. Right? Let me see if I can find a picture real quick. All right. Let's look at a slave auction. All right. Let's bring this is exhibit A. All right. See if I can blow it up. All right, look at that. Slave auction at Richmond, Virginia. It said a wood engraved. Okay, go ahead. Read that for me. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
A wood engraving titled Slave Auction at Richmond, Virginia, published in the Illustrated London News on September 27th, 1856, depicts a slave auction as witnessed by the English artist Eyre Crow. An auctioneer raises his hand to entertain bids for the young enslaved woman standing on the auction block. To the right, an African American male who has either just been purchased or is about to be sold. Indoors, being poked and prodded by a white man checking on the slave's physical condition.
So now, we read this passage again. Let's put it side by side. And now, he said, they have cast lots for my people. Is that casting a lot? So then, we got one part of that, right? Right now, if we go, let's look at some more pictures here. Let's see. All right, here's another one. This is New Orleans. Let's blow it up.
Bring it out.
All right. This is, what did I say?
Slave auction, Virginia.
Virginia. Okay. Now look at the picture. Who's on the auction block? What does the sign say?
Negroes for sale at auction this day.
At 1 o'clock.
Okay.
So who's on the auction block?
The whole family, the mom, the dad, and the children.
Not him. He not on the block. He's the one. So, right? He's on the auction block. They're on the auction block. He's auctioning them off. He's next. He's sitting on the bench next. Him too. That might be his family that's being taken from him. He like, I want you to sit there. I want you to watch your family being taken from you. And you're gonna be next. We're gonna ship you to far away from them, so you ain't gonna be able to see them. They going to North Carolina. We're gonna send you to Boston. Right? Okay, go ahead, read that. What does it say? Let me scroll up. Okay, go ahead.
Depiction of enslaved man, woman, and child auctioned in Virginia. Illustrated London News, England, February 16th, 1861. The prime feature of this issue is a full-page illustration captioned "A Slave Auction in Virginia," which shows a family, including a baby in the mother's arms on the auction block.
Look at that. See that? How about that? So now, let's look at another one. Let's close this one down. All right. Let's close this one down. Let's see what else we got here. Something jump out at you. Let's look at this one here. All right. Let's blow it up. All right. What'd that say?
Emory and the largest slave auction in American history.
Go ahead. Uh-oh. What did I say?
Cruelties of Slavery, the New York Public Library Digital Collections.
New York. That's not the South, is it? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and read.
The Weeping Time,
right.
Emory and the largest slave auction in American history, opens up with a list of chattel. The names chattel.
A list of who?
Chattel.
A list of chattel. Property. Right? Okay, go ahead.
The names of black men and women of various ages. So frequent were their occurrence in the first chapter that almost every other page ends with a group of slaves auctioned together on March 2nd and 3rd in 1859. At first glance, it seems a strategic editorial move, drawing the reader's visual and emotive attention to the movable and exploited black bodies that punctuated those fateful days in March. It is hard to read on. Upon further reflection, it is clear that historian Anne C. Bailey uses these lists to reveal the harsh realities of slavery. These matter-of-fact bundles of chattel punctuate the chapter because this was precisely how those days in March 1859 unfolded. As the clock ticked, bid callers and criers shouted chattel number, age, and laboring ability, and buyers hurled insults and fondled the flesh of their intending purchase. Despite weeping, pleadings, and negotiations, sellers hurried bundle after bundle, enslaved black bodies of all ages and sizes from block to buyer under the same command, sold.
Sold! That's it. That's all. So that's an article right there. You can read that.
No mercies.
Now, this is what? This is New York City. In 1859, this is the 19th century, brothers and sisters, right? 19th century, just around the corner. Just around the corner, right? All right, let's dig one more out. Then we're gonna go back to Joel 3. We're presenting a case here before the jury, right? So we're helping these nations. We're doing the study for you. You don't have to. We're doing it for free, right? You don't have to pay. We're showing it to you for free. All right, let's look at this one here. Let's see. What does that say there?
The hidden history of slavery that surrounds us.
Right.
Most of the sites of the slave trade are unmarked, including the auction sites where families were torn apart.
Here you go.
Executor's sale will be sold on the 15th of January at Monticello in the country of Albemarle, the whole of the residue of the personal estates of Thomas Jefferson.
Oh, Thomas Jefferson. How about that?
What is that? Deceased or consisting of 130 valuable Negroes.
Wow.
Stock, crop, and household and kitchen furniture. The attention of the public is earnestly invited to this property. The Negroes are believed to be the most valuable for their number ever offered at one time.
Wow, look at that. Boom. Read this part right here. What does that say?
For hundreds of years, enslaved people were bought and sold in America.
For how long?
Hundreds of years. For hundreds of years. For F-O-R. Today, most of the sites of this trade are forgotten. As part of the 1619 project, Anne C. Bailey, a professor of history at Binghamton University, wrote about her research into slave auctions for a New York Times Magazine article titled, "They Sold Human Beings Here." She told me that the auction block represented the end of life as enslaved people knew it.
Right.
Family life was one bright spot in the long ordeal of slavery. She said, but auctions ripped families apart. Yet Dr. Bailey and her researchers found fewer than 50 marked auction sites, while by some estimates, there were 1.2 million slave sales between 1760 and 1860.
Right.
Sites of African American focus represent 2% of those registered on the National Register of Historic Places. She told me, and only a small portion of these are devoted to slavery. Here's more from our conversation, which has been edited and condensed.
Okay, so she said what? 1.2 million sales between 1760. That's 100-year period from 1760 to 1860, 100-year period. 1.2 million were sold, right? Just in that location, just that one alone, right? Okay, now what she say down here?
There is no central registry of these auction sites. My research assistants and I found less than 50 were marked, and that was very surprising considering there were 1.2 million slave sales between 1760 and 1860. Each of those sales represented heartbreak for the family members, for loved ones.
No, that's right.
Their experience and their contributions must also not be forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
I say in my work that enslaved Africans were not just hands, as they would be called in auction catalogs. They brought with them extraordinary gifts and talents and technology. In the case of the Low Country Georgia slaves, the ones whose experience are documented in the Weeping Time slave sale, for example, the technology of planting rice. This know-how, cultivated on the continent for hundreds of years, is what made these rice planters among the richest men in the country on the eve of the Civil War. I'd like to say they were like the tech giants of their day. For the unmarked sites, there are many ways to look. We chose to look first at the slave narratives and the digitized archives of advertisements that slaves placed after the Civil War when they were looking for their relatives. In this way, we were assuming their perspective, what they recalled about where they were sold or where their loved one was sold. What fragments of information they had to go on when they were ardently searching the country for mothers, brothers, sisters, wives, and husbands.
That's good. That's good, man. Boom. So families were broken up, right? I got some more I want to show you. Got some more flyers I want to show you that just popped up. All right. Families were broken up. But before I do that, families were broken up. And I want to show you that this is what how many of you ever heard of Charlie Kirk? He represents what the masses of, especially evangelical Christian nationalists, I should say, evangelicals, feel, right? So this is Charlie Kirk. All right.
So you feel like us as a society has pandered?
Of course we pandered to blacks. They're in every TV commercial. They get more privileges to come into society. They come into every college on preferential with lower test scores. You can't ever say anything negative. You can lose your job. You have your entire life obliterated if you say something racist. And yet we have to hear about how racist we are. How about you take responsibility for your own actions instead of blaming the white man? That's not racist, that's noticing. How is it the white man's fault that black men started to abandon the women?
It's a bigger problem.
No, blacks need to take responsibility for the women that they impregnate, not blame the white man for racism.
Things affect this.
Why didn't it affect the Asians? Why did the Asians do so well? America got less racist and the blacks got poorer. Because we started to subsidize single motherhood and pandering to blacks, saying you do not need to stay around with the women who are pregnant.
So you feel like us as a society.
Wow. So man, so that's what the masses on the right, predominantly on the right, feel. Y'all lazy bums. You're banning your wives. We passed the government system to subsidize houses without no men. We said, y'all don't take care of y'all children. We'll take care of them for you. You lazy bums. That's how they feel generally on the right. Specifically, those that have come forward, like he just did. These are his words, not mine. I'm not making allegations. I'm letting you hear what he just said, right? Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, right? Isn't that what's the name said on the channel? I I could go from clip to clip and show you stuff, right? Now let's go back to the scriptures again. Okay, go back to Joel 3. All right. So they cast lots for my people. They gave a boy for a harlot and sold a girl for wine that they might drink. I got a clip I need to find real quick. Lewis. Wine for people. Lewis. Henry Lewis. Let's see if they got that clip for me. Somebody probably got it. Oh, let's see. Let me see. African Wonders, I think it was African Wonders. Let's see. See if I can find it. It might be a clip out there. I got the clip. Man, I got the whole documentary. Hopefully somebody got a clip out there where he said it. Okay, it's not popping up. Okay. Probably not. They probably not going to. He may have, because he gets paid for his videos. So he may have. Okay. I'll just tell you. So basically, I'll tell you what happened. So Henry Louis Gates did a series of videos called African Wonders, right? And he was at the slave castle. That's what it is. Henry Louis Gates at the slave castle. Let me see if I can find it. Henry Louis Gates at the slave castle. Okay, he probably is. He's probably not gonna be up there. It's not gonna be up there, but the video that he had is called the slave castles, African Wonders, the slave castles, and so he goes to the slave castle.
Is this in Ghana?
Yeah, and he bends down, and let's see, what is this here? Okay, let's see. Okay, it's not in this video. Okay, all right, scratch it. So anyway, so he goes to the slave castle in Ghana, and he bends down and he picks up, and he asks the tour guide. He said, "What is this?" It was an African tour guide. He says, "It's glass." He said, "Glass?" He said, "Yeah." He said, they would sell the slave girl for a bottle of wine to the white man. I said, boy, he don't know that that's in prophecy. So that's why we just read that, right? So in Joel, it said he sold. If anybody saw that, you know what I'm talking about. If you actually seen Henry Louis Gates' African Wonders, the slave castles, you'll see it. Maybe I'll clip it out if I can and share it in my community. Okay, if I can do it. they give me a hard time with stuff like that. Okay, but anyway. So he said that you have cast lots for my people and have sold a boy for a harlot and sold a girl for wine that they might drink. Right? So the nations, these nations that we know that were in in Africa, right? We're going to break it down in a minute. Sold the Israelites for harlots, prostitutes, and for wine. Okay. All right, let's go back in. All right. Verse 4.
Yea, and what have ye to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon, and all the coast of Palestine? Will ye render me a recompense? And if you recompense me swiftly and speedily, will I return your recompense upon your own head?
Okay, stop there. So now, these are the people, right? These are the people that's going to be sold as slaves. All right. Tyre, Zidon, and Palestine. Okay. Now I'm going to show you something, because when you think about this, it has you wondering, Tyre, Zidon, and Palestine. Okay. Now, what I want to do is I want to look at Brenton's version, because Brenton says something that King James don't say. Because one might ask the question, where are the Europeans? Because it says Tyre, Sidon, and Palestine. So let's go to Brenton's version, right? Brenton's is the Septuagint. So we can go to Brenton's version, the Septuagint. And now I'm going to exegete it. Okay, I'm going to start from the top. Do you have Brenton's version? Oh, you do? Okay. All right, go ahead. Read Brenton's version. Start from verse 1 to 4. Okay, go ahead.
For behold, in those days and at that time, when I shall have turned the captivity of Yehuda and Yerushalayim, I will also gather all the Gentiles and bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat, and will plead with them there for my people and for my heritage Israel, whom they have dispersed among the Gentiles. And these Gentiles have divided my land, and cast lots over my people, and have given their boys to harlots, and sold their girls for wine, and have drunk. And what have ye to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon, and all Galilee of the Gentiles? Do you render me a recompense, or do you bear malice against me? Quickly and speedily will I return your recompense on your own heads.
So in other words, so he's saying there, you got to see this. He says in King James, I'm going to gather all nations. But Joel in the Brenton said, I'm going to gather all Gentiles.
Yeah, verse 12. He said he's going to sit and judge all the Gentiles round about.
So wait a minute. Who are the Gentiles? Y'all said he going to judge the Gentiles. Now, if you are a Gentile and you jump on board, you'll be spared the judgment. But if you don't jump on board, it's inevitable. Okay, now, he says, I will also gather all Gentiles and bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat, right? And will plead or judge with them for my people, my heritage, Israel. See that? So he's judging them for Israel, not just for Judah and Jerusalem, but Israel as a whole, right? Who have been dispersed among the Gentiles. And these Gentiles have divided my land. The Gentiles. So the Messiah said, let's go to Matthew, Luke 21:24 and see what the Messiah said about who is trotting down Jerusalem. Okay. Now we go into Brenton's doesn't have the New Testament, I don't think. So here, let me see.
No.
Let's see.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, see? So you got to go to the regular King James or the restored names King James, either one. And go Luke 21 and 24. Okay, now, what does that say?
You said Luke 21 and 24.
Mm-hmm.
And these shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations, and Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled.
So Jerusalem, it says, would be trodden by the Gentiles. So it is these Gentiles that the judgment is coming on, according to Joel 3. King James said nations, but one second, I got a visitor here. Bring by the visitor. There you go. All right. So Joel chapter 3 says that the Gentiles, the nations, right? But Brenton calls those nations Gentiles. The Messiah calls them Gentile. So by default, those nations that are going to be judged are called who? The Gentiles. Boom. Who's ruling the world now? Not Esau, but the Gentiles. That's what the Messiah said. Well, Esau's called Gentiles too. I can show you something in a book that I was reading yesterday to debunk all of that. I just might do it. Okay. Time may not permit. So I got a lot of stuff that I would do in this lesson. It's going to be in my book. Okay. But anyway. So Brenton's got it right. Brenton said he calls them Gentiles. Let's go back to Brenton's version again. Go back to Joel 3. So he said that he's going to gather all Gentiles and bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat and will judge them. Let's take that word plead out. Please, like you're saying, please, please. The word is Shaphat. He's going to judge them for my people and my heritage. So he identifies that these people who were sold among the nations are Israel. So for those people that, especially my Christian apologists and all those that all the so-called Negroes that say we're not Israelites, please explain who was dispersed among the Gentiles. We're going to show you, right? Okay, so was dispersed amongst the Gentiles, and these Gentiles have divided my land. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go to the next exhibit here. I'm going to skip to the cut to the chase, right? We're going to go to, we're going to bring it to you this way. I'm going to take you to a link, right? So you have the Egyptian or Red Sea slave trade. You hear music?
Something. Ice cream truck.
Oh. So you have the Egyptian and the Red Sea slave trade, right? That was 70 AD on. After that, you have the Indian Ocean slave trade, which was on the coast, the east coast of Africa, that transported Hebrews, Africans, from the east coast of Africa into India and China. That's called the Indian Ocean slave trade. Then you have the trans-Saharan slave trade, which took people from Iraq, Iran to Africa, from Africa back to Iran and various places, called the Saharan, back and forth, going back and forth in slavery, right? Then you have the Portuguese, Spanish slave trade, which was during the 15th century, right? Up into the 19th century. And then you have the transatlantic slave trade, which lasted from 1500, which is the 16th century, to the 19th century, 1867, and we just saw a couple of documentaries where they actually were still selling people at the late portion of the 1800s. Boom. So now, let's go to this link here. Okay. It's called the Diaspora, right? So this is Exhibit 2. And Exhibit A, Exhibit B. All right. African Diaspora, right? Okay. Now, we're going to read a little bit here. We're going to show you some stuff, right? We're going to identify who this Israel is because the book just told us that you have scattered my heritage, the Gentiles, namely, first off, let me back up for a second. Back it up. To give you a definition of the Gentiles first. So we already see Gentile. Gentiles is a non-Jew. No. Gentile comes from the root word gens or patricians, right? Those are the people, are the sons of Japheth. So in Genesis 10, right? And verse 5. Genesis 10, verse 5. Okay, if you read verse 2 through 5, right? So those of you so-called Europeans or so-called white or Caucasians, you need to know that you fall under this. And if you want to be spared from the judgment, right? The max of it, you got to get on the good side. Right? Otherwise, judgment is inevitable. Okay, now let's go to Genesis 10, verse 2 through 5. Go ahead.
The sons of Japheth, Gomer and Magog and Madai and Yavan and Tubal and Meshech and Tyrus. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz and Riphath and Togarmah. And the sons of Yavan, Elisha and Tarshish, Kittim, Dodanim. By these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, every one after his tongue, after their families in their nations.
That's right. Boom. So who are the Gentiles? The sons of Japheth. Now there's a brother got a video. It's not a video, but it's an audio. And I was introduced to it I was watching Light to the Gentile, my brother Light to the Gentile. And the other brother commented, did you see the video about, what's it called? Hold on a second. I don't want to mess up the title of the video. Let me see. Hold on a second. Let me bring it up real quick. It was an audio, but somebody had uploaded it on YouTube. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Let's see if I can find it. I watched the whole thing. It's called Japheth's Envy. Japheth's Envy, the wicked ancestral spirit in white people reaction. Well, actually, that's not reaction. But the brother Emory Kennedy posted it on his channel. And it says, Japheth's or Japheth's Envy, the wicked ancestral spirit in white people. So this brother, interesting video. I want to show you. Let me see. Let me give my brother some. Okay, so this one here is his channel.
And the sons of Japheth were divided upon the face of the earth into many divisions and languages. And these are the sons of Japheth according to their families. Gomer, Magog. Keep close mind of Magog. Because Gog and Magog, the descendants of Japheth, play a major role in history and in prophecy. So let those names Magog and Gog stay in your mind as I go throughout this discussion.
Okay. Listen to what it says again. And these are the sons of Japheth according to their families: Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tyrus. These are the children of Japheth according to their generations. And the children of Gomer according to their cities were the Frankum. That's France. Who dwell in the land of Franza, by the river Franza, by the river Sinai. Here we see that one of Japheth's descendants dwelt in France, Europe. Verse 9. And the children of Rephath are the Bartonim, who dwell in the land of Bartonia by the river Leda, which empties its waters in the great sea Gihon, that is Oceanus. And the children of Togarmah are 10 families, and these are their names: Buzar, Parzunak, Balgar, which is Bulgaria, Elisanum, Ragbib, Tarki, also known as Turkey, Bid, Zabuk, Ongal, and Tilmaz. All these spread and rested in the north and built themselves cities. And they called their cities after their own names. These are they who abide by the rivers Hitlah and Italak unto this day. Yes, Italak meaning Italy, Europe. Yeah, this is the geographic location where the sons of Japheth migrated to. This is what the scripture is telling us. But the families of Angoli, Balgar, and Parzunik, they dwell by the great river Dubni, and the names of their cities are also according to their own names. And the children of Javan are the Javanim, who dwell in the land of Macedonia, also known as Macedonia, Greece, Europe. The sons of Japheth, the white people. Listen to what it says next. And the children of Medaer are the Orilim that dwell in the land of Cursan, and the children of Tubal are those that dwell in the land of Tuscana, also known as Tuscany, by the river of Pasia. And the children of Meshech are the Shebashni, and the children of Tyrus are Rushash, also known as Russia, Kushni, and Angalis. All these went and built themselves cities, and those are the cities that are situated by the sea Jabus, by the river Kara, which empties itself in the river Tragan. And the children of Elisha are the Almanim, and they also went and built themselves cities. These are the cities situated between the mountains of Job and Shebathmo, and of them were the people of Lombardy. You can also look that up in history about the Lombardy tribes, the Europeans, Japheth, white people, who dwell opposite the mountains of Job and Shebathmo, and they conquered the land of Italia and remain there unto this day. Yes, the land of Italia, also modern day known as Italy. Verse 16, Italy. And the children of Chittim, keep close name on that name Chittim, also known as Kittim, because the children of Chittim, the ships of Chittim, they also play a major role in prophecy.
That's right.
In history.
Say it, brother.
And the children of Chittim are the Romum, also known as Rome, who dwell in the valley of Canopia by the river Tibru. And the children of Dudonam are those who dwell in the cities of the sea Gihon in the land of Bordna. These are the families of the children of Japheth according to their cities and languages when they were scattered after the tower. And they called their cities after their names and occurrences. And these are the names of all their cities according to their families, which they built in those days after the tower. So there you see that the sons of Japheth migrated to the area that the scripture calls the land of the north, Europe.
Land of the
The
North,
land
Europe.
of the white people, the land of the pale skins. For those of you that need more witness about this, let's jump over to the book of Jubilees, chapter 8, verse 10 through 11,
Listen.
because it's going to correlate and confirm
He's breaking down who these Gentiles are. He thought a better job than I could have did. I'm letting him roll the tape.
everything that I just got done reading to you in Genesis and in Jasher. Here's what it says in Jubilees, chapter 8, verse 10 through 11. It says, and it came to pass in the beginning of the 33rd Jubilee that they divided the earth into 3 parts for Shem and Ham and Japheth, according to the inheritance of each in the first year, in the first week, when one of us who had been sent was with them. Here we see that the 3 sons of Noah divided the earth into 3 parts, and they cast lots for the earth. Listen to this. It's about to begin to give us an insight into the nature of Japheth and his mindset. Verse 11, it says, and he called his sons, and they drew nigh to him, they and their children, and he divided the earth into lots, which his 3 sons were to take in possession, and they reached forth their hands and took the writing out of the bosom of Noah, their father. Now, when you read in Jubilees chapter 8, you'll find that the very first portion after the lots were cast went to Shem. The second portion after the lots were cast went to Ham. And the third and last portion went to Japheth. So Japheth got the last dibs. He got the lowest end of the stick. He got the land that the other two brothers did not want. He was last amongst the brothers. Japheth, the white boy.
Hear what he said? He said they got the worst land. They want everybody else's land. Go ahead. That's what he's telling. That's what they did. And he's basically connecting that with Genesis 9. It says, Yah shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, right? He enlarged himself. And when you look at the scripture, the prophecy, he's dwelling in the tents of Shem, not Esau, Japheth. Yah shall enlarge Japheth. He shall dwell in the tents of Shem, Japheth. So the people that teach that Japheth is the IUIC group, Bishop Nathaniel and all them that teach that the Samoans and all the Polynesian people are Japheth. Why aren't they dwelling in the tents of Shem like the prophecy says? All right, let's go back to the brother because he's doing a wonderful job. Go ahead, brother.
He was last to Shem and to Ham. He got the worst land out of the deal. So that's going to begin to let us know that something was festering in his heart, and he felt a way that he got the last of it, that he got the worst of the deal. Now let's go to Jubilees chapter 8, verse 25 through 30, and it's going to confirm to us, just like we read in Jasher, about the portion of land that Japheth and his descendants settled in. Here's what it says in Jubilees 8, verse 25. It says, and for Japheth came forth the third portion beyond the river Tinah to the north of the outflow of its waters, and it extends north, easterly to the whole region of Gog. Remember, I told you, keep in mind that land of Gog, because Gog and Magog plays a major role in history and in prophecy. And Gog and Magog is connected to the sons of Japheth, the white people. Verse 26. Let me read this again. And for Japheth came forth the third portion,
right,
and the last portion. He got the word.
Right. Esau's not Gog and Magog. Go ahead, brother.
First dibs. Beyond the river Tinah to the north of the outflow of its water, and it extends northeasterly to the whole region of Gog, and to all the country east thereof. And it extends northerly to the north, and it extends to the mountains of Celt. That's the Celtics. You know, the Celtic tribes that they always talk about the Celt mythology and, you know, Braveheart, William Wallace and all that. Those are the mountains of Celt, of the sons of Japheth, the white people, towards the north and towards the Sea of Mauk. And it goes forth to the east of Gadir as far as the region of the waters of the sea. And it extends until it approaches the west of Farah, and it returns toward Afarag, and it extends easterly to the waters of the Sea of Miat. And it extends to the region of the river Tinah in a northeasterly direction until it approaches the boundary of its waters towards the mountain Rapha, and it turns round toward the north. This is the land which came forth for Japheth and his sons as the portion of his inheritance, which he should possess for himself and his sons for their generations forever. 5 great islands and a great land in the north, but it is cold. Here the scripture is telling us that the land of Japheth is cold. Europe, the land of Japheth Caucasus is cold. Mountains, the winter, how they come out of the caves and the cold. That's the climate that they're born from. But it is cold, and the land of Ham is hot, and the land of Shem is neither hot nor cold, but it is a blended cold and heat. So Jubilees chapter 8, verse 29 and 30 gives us even more a clear picture that we are correct in saying that the sons of Japheth migrated to Europe in the land of the north where it is cold. The sons of...
Right, so I wanted y'all to see that. That's the cold land. Look at that. So the book don't lie. It said that the land that was given to him was cold, right? Right up in here, right? That's the land of the north, Europe, right? Okay, man, his brother's on the money.
Of Ham went into Africa where it is hot. The sons of Shem, whom we, the Hebrews, the Negro, and the Arab descends from, is in the land that is neither cold nor hot, but it's a mixture because it's in the middle. It's right in between the land of Japheth and the land of Ham. Yet it's closer to the land of Ham than it is the land of Japheth. And there may be some out there wondering, well, Brother El, how could it be that Japheth is the great-grandfather of the white people when Noah was a man of color and his other 2 sons were men of color? Very good question. Very intelligent inquiry.
Okay.
I'll answer it for you. Whenever
I'm not gonna play the rest of his video. So those of y'all that want that, let's see. This is Save Hebrew. That's him. I thought, okay, that's Emory. Emory. Okay, so you got 2 channels? Wait a minute, Save Hebrew, you got 2 channels? Okay, so that's him. Okay, he got 2 channels. Okay, this is the link here, so y'all can and watch this video. But man, that brother was hitting. I watched the whole thing. That brother was hitting hard. You hear me? I mean, he was putting it where the ghost can get it. Here's the link right here. All right. So now let's go back into Joel. So now we see who the Gentiles are. There is a pronounced judgment on the Gentiles, right? Now, what I wanted to show you was, just in case they say, oh, we're not responsible. Okay, we're going to show you how responsible you are. So let's go to this Wikipedia. I said I was going to show you another. Let's look at this one here, and then we're going to go to Wikipedia. I'm going to show you. So this one here, this is an article. It's read that. What does it say?
Broadside advertising valuable slaves at auction in New Orleans.
In New Orleans. That's in the United States, right? Okay, go ahead. What does it say? It's smaller. You probably, let me see. Let me see if I can zoom in some. Control plus, right? More. All right. Now, can you see that? Let me see. Let's see if I can move it over. Hold on a second. How do I move it over? I zoomed in. Okay. All right. If you can't see it, I mean,
you can go ahead and read it.
Okay. It says valuable slaves at auction at the City Hotel Common Street. So the hotel, they got benefit from the slave trade. So your local hotel are beneficiaries of the slave trade. So the next time you stay in a hotel, ask for a little research about that hotel. They just might be one of the ones that benefit from the enslaving of your ancestors. So they had at the hotel, at the City Hotel Common Street in New Orleans by C.E. Garrity and Company. So there goes your legal. So your attorneys at law was involved in the slave trade. Just like you go and buy a house, the attorneys get, and they do all the paperwork, make it legal. The attorneys at law were involved in the slave trade. That's why Israelites are law keepers, because the Messiah is an attorney at law too. And he gonna bring out the receipts and judge the nations, because he is the attorney of attorneys. He got records. He gonna be able to tell you every slave ship they went on, every port they came in. They got a website now that tell you, what's it called? slavevoyages.com or something like this, slavevoyages.org. But he gonna go into the trinkets. He gonna tell you what boat they came on. He gonna tell you what port they came in, and those that boarded the boat that didn't make it, that was thrown off the boat, he got records for them too. It's coming out. He got video footage. You know, we have high definition. Y'all had high definition back then. We just coming up to his speed, right? So at the City Hotel Common Street by C.E. Garrity and Company, office number 6, Banks Arcade. Now the banks is involved with it. The banks finance the purchase, like they finance the purchase of a house. The banks, your national banks, got to pay. So when they talk about having a study of what's owed, the banks are involved. The attorneys are involved. The government's involved. Everybody, every doggone person is involved in this payback. It says, it will be sold in auction on Thursday, February the 3rd in 1859. at 12 o'clock at the city hotel. So the city's involved now. Not just is the hotel involved, but the city's involved. The attorney's involved. The banks are involved. Everybody's involved in the slave trade and the selling of the Hebrew people. Man, y'all ain't playing. That y'all got a debt that y'all can't pay now, but you will pay. All right. Now, it says he's got Isam, black, age about 40 years, a superior engineer and blacksmith, has worked over 20 years with the late William Chapman, is well known for character and qualification throughout the parish of St. James. Now you got the church connected. I'm telling you, it's not looking good for these Gentiles and the repayment back, right? So the banks is involved, hotels involved, attorneys involved, cities involved, and now the church is involved. The church got a debt to pay.
Am I right?
You know I'm right. You know I'm right. Let's go. John Griff, age 24. Now, let me just back up for a second. ISAM, they told us that we was lazy and couldn't do nothing. Huh? That's what the Kirk guy just said. We lazy. So why were they buying lazy people? They just gave this man's bio, said this man here was an engineer, not just an engineer, but what kind of engineer? A superior engineer.
Bring it out.
He was a superior engineer. Look at that. Superior engineer. Let me pull over so you can see it. Oh, I'm going to leave it there because you'll be in the way. Okay, on the screen. John Giraffe, age 24, a #1 carpenter. How about that? Boom. And a ship caulker. So this man could make ships. But you want us to believe that we was dumb, stupid, ignorant Negroes that you brought over here to civilize to give us a better way of life. But you buying somebody who is an engineer, a superior engineer, and buying somebody who is a master #1 carpenter who can build ships. Well, who told him how to build ships, brother?
What you bringing to the table, brother?
If he's dumb and stupid, who told him how to build a ship? Right? I ain't done yet. Okay, now. Tom, black, age 24, #1 blacksmith and machinist. So this man was a blacksmith. What's a blacksmith? Hold on a second. What's a blacksmith?
According to Wikipedia, a blacksmith is a metalsmith who creates objects primarily from wrought iron or steel, but sometimes from other metals, by forging the metal, using tools to hammer, bend, and cut.
Black, age 24. There you go. #1 blacksmith. So this guy was a blacksmith. Let's continue. Let's go down the list. Alexander Mulatto. Oh, half breed. Age 28 years. #1 stone cutter. How about that? Oh, Stephen, black, age 24, a field hand. Okay. Edward, black, age 14 years, a field hand, right? Why? Why they call it young? Because they're strong. They put them in the field, and there's strong people in the field. There's no old people like me in the field. All right. Hiram, look at that name, Hiram, black, age 13 years, field hand. George, mulatto, age 30, house and confidential servant. Jared, black, age 24 years, field hand. Medora, black, age 18 years, extra likely. What does that mean? Extra likely? Matilda, black, age 17, good cook, washer, and ironer. At 17, can the 17-year-old girls cook today? That's another lesson. What did Pastor Dow say? Can you cook? Can you clean? Leave Pastor Dow alone. All right. Pauline, black, age 13 years, speaks French and English, good house girl, and child's nurse. Wait a minute. These lazy, slothful black people cooking their food, speak French language, and is a good housekeeper? But you want us to believe that... Come on, this is documentation, bro. This is Exhibit 2, Exhibit B. We're showing you documentation, right? These people are not unskilled, just like today. Who's making the wealthy wealthier? The people in the labor force. You know, years ago I told people it's called corporate pressure, right? You got the board, they put the pressure on the execs. The execs put the pressure on the VPs. The VPs put the pressure on the directors. The directors put the pressure on the managers. The managers put the pressure on the supervisors. The supervisor put the pressure on the people, and the people do the doggone work. While the people at the top go eat filet mignon, we used to say filet mignon, and go play golf. And you out there slaving like a Hebrew slave in the field. Even the so-called white people that's in the field with us, they think they better because they white. But you in the field with the people that you think you better than. How could that be? In the trucking industry, it was a guy on the CB radio talking all this trash, and I asked him, I said, what are you doing right now? What you mean what I'm doing? What are you doing right now? I'm driving the truck, like you. I said, I rest my case because you talking all this trash and you driving the truck like me. I said, what mile marker are you at? Mile marker 232. I'm at mile marker 190. I'm ahead of you. Which way you going? South. I'm ahead of you. You behind me, brother. Dodo brain. All right, now let's go back in here now. This is some good stuff here. All right. So we got Pauline Betsy, black, age 12, house girl. Phoebe. Why they got these biblical names? Phoebe, black, age 20 years, extra likely. Mary, black girl. I wonder what this extra likely means. Let me see. What does extra likely mean on the slave manifest? I don't know. Likely to have kids, maybe? I don't know. Maybe she's fertile? Maybe that's what it's saying. I think that's what it's saying. Extra likely to have kids. Okay, yeah. Okay. That's probably what it is. Okay. If anybody know what that means, put your comment in the comment section. All right. So Betsy, Phoebe, Mary, Carissa, black, age 40, field hand, right? She's at the end of her field years. She's about ready to retire. Go into the kitchen. Mary, black, age 30 years, cook, washer, and ironer. Mary Jane Blige. Mary Jane, black, age 30 years, field hand. Phyllis, black, age 30, good cook, washer, and ironer, and her children, age 2 years. So she bringing the children in. It's also several other plantation hands. Terms, cash. The slaves may be seen at the office of the auctioneer. So just like you go to the auction to buy a car, right? They would go into the auction looking in the window. I want that one right there. Yeah, right? Okay. Isn't that something? But this is the stuff that they don't want us to know about. But this is why there has to be a debt paid, right? Now, here's Phil Donahue. Oh, hold on.
To slavery.
Let me back up.
Don't support reparations. Why not?
Not everybody suffered equally. I mean, when you go into slavery, it's much more complex than white people were the oppressors and black people were the victims. If you dissect it, you will find there were about 3,700 free blacks who owned 12,000 slaves, black slaves. The question is, do the descendants of those free blacks who owned black slaves, do they pay? Blacks really benefited more the first 100 years after slavery we have in the last 50 years. I was born in 1937 during the Depression. Everyone in my small, low-income black community, 98% of the households had a man and a woman raising children. Elderly people could walk safely in that community without fear of being assaulted by their grandchildren.
Okay.
That
was the wrong video, but interesting what he was saying, but that's not fitting the narrative that I'm pushing right now. We'll look at that later. Let me see. I had the wrong video. I'll find it. Okay, that's TikTok. Okay, all right. So let's see. All right, here, let's go here to the African diaspora as we come to the this is exhibit C, part 3. Okay. So the African diaspora, right? We're gonna bring it home right here. All right. The African diaspora. So we basically we let you know that the Gentiles are the ones, right, that were the beneficiaries. And the brother just said something that kind of, you got to look at that from another angle, because you do have some people some blacks that were slave owners, but it was a buyback program. Okay. All right. Buyback. That's the redemption. Okay. But we'll talk about that in another video. All right. So African diaspora. Okay. You want me to read, or you want to read? Okay. Can you see it?
The African diaspora is the worldwide collection of communities descended from people of Africa.
Right.
The term most commonly refers to the descendants of the native West and Central Africans who were enslaved and shipped to the Americas via the Atlantic slave trade between the 16th and 19th centuries. With their largest populations in Brazil, the United States, and Haiti, the term can also be used to refer to African descendants who immigrated to other parts of the world. Scholars identify 4 circulatory phases of this migration out of Africa.
Okay.
The phrase African diaspora gradually entered common usage at the turn of the 21st century.
Okay.
The term diaspora originates from the Greek diaspora scattering, which gained popularity in English in reference to the Jewish diaspora before being more broadly applied to other populations.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Gino.
Am I right?
No, you ain't right. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
That's what I want. Wait a minute. What jumped out at you when you read that?
It had gained popularity.
Okay, look, let's unpack this real quick. Okay. The phrase African diaspora gradually entered common usage at the turn of the 21st century, right? Is that true or false? It's false, right? Because in his statement, he already refutes that. Watch this. The term diaspora originates from the Greek word diaspora, scattering. Boom. So where did the term come from? Scatter. Okay, let's go to the scripture, right? Let's cross-examine that, all right? So let's go to, I want to say Deuteronomy, I want to say 31 maybe, but let me just double check. Let me check my math here. No, Deuteronomy 31, I think it is. Okay. Okay. 32. 32. All right. Deuteronomy 32. Okay. We're cross-examining what he just said, because he's saying that African diaspora is something new. Of course, the African part might be new, but the diaspora is not, right? Okay, now, this is Deuteronomy 32 and 26, right? Okay. And what I want to do is I want to bring this up to the Strong's Concordance Numbers Plus, right? Okay, now, start at verse 25.
The sword without and terror within shall destroy both the young man and the virgin, the suckling also with the man of gray hairs.
The sword without, right? And terror within shall destroy both the young man and virgin and suckling with gray hairs. So we just showed some of that in fruition in history, right? At the auctions, right? Okay, let's continue. Go ahead.
I said I would scatter them into corners.
Oh.
I would make the remembrance of them to cease from among men.
There you go. Scatter. I said I would scatter them, right? Into the corners, right? Scatter them into the corners. Okay. And I would make the remembrance of them to cease from among men. So, why did we lose our identity? Because Yah prophesied that it would happen, that we would lose the remembrance of who we are as a people. But when you go back to 30, that's why I like Deuteronomy 30, because we stay in Deuteronomy 28. That's the identification. But Deuteronomy 30 is the promise to those who was identified in 28, right? That this is what would happen in the latter days. Okay, now, so Deuteronomy 31, Deuteronomy 30 and verse 1. All right, go ahead.
And it shall come to pass when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations whither Yah thy Elohim have driven thee.
Right.
And shall return unto Yah thy Elohim, and shall obey his voice according to all that I command thee
right.
this day, thou and thy children with all thine heart and with all thy soul.
So that's the awakening. So notice he said that we will be among the nations, and I want to almost guarantee you that Brent is going to say Gentiles. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, he didn't say Gentiles there. He said among the nations. So he said nations there. Brenton said nations. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I jumped the gun on that one. Wishful thinking, right? Okay. Now, so he says among the nations, right? Where Yah have driven thee, right? We were driven. So the word for driven is nadak, which means pushed off, right? Now, if we go back to Joel 3, we'll probably see that same word. So let's go back to Joel 3. All right. And my heritage, whom they have scattered, right? There it is. That's a disperse, right? Scatter. Pazar, to scatter, whether. Disperse is transferred, disperse. Okay. Now watch this here. Watch this. I think Isaiah. Okay. Here we got it again. Isaiah 11 and 12. Okay, what does that say? Let's do this is the what we call the second Exodus, right? And some people have a battle with that phraseology, but it is a second Exodus. Okay, now, or the gathering of the people, same thing, one and the same. Okay, go ahead. Verse 11 and 12.
verses 11 and 12, or just the one verse?
11 and 12.
And it shall come to pass in that day
Right.
that Yah shall set his hand again the second time to recover.
That's the second Exodus called Shani. The second time, double. Okay, go ahead.
The remnant of his people,
Right.
which shall be left from Assyria.
So, right. So let's walk it slow. So some of the Israelites are in Assyria still today. Go ahead.
And from Mitzrayim.
Some of them are still in Egypt. Go ahead.
And from Pathros.
Pathros.
And from Cush.
Cush.
And from Elam. And from Shinar. And from Hamath. And from the islands of the sea.
Right. That's right.
And he shall set up an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Yehudah from the four corners of the earth.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
What's that word there in verse 12? The what?
Outcasts.
The dispersed.
Oh.
That's the diaspora. Huh?
Yeah.
Huh? So, Mr. Wiki is being tricky. Because the diaspora predated what he said. Because the prophecy says it would be a diaspora, a dispersing, right, of Judah, right? Dashed to pieces, scattered, right? Israel will be scattered among the nations or led captive into all nations, right? Right? Boom. So you can't be a people that don't fit. If the glove don't fit, you must acquit, right? Who fits the glove, right? So the disperse, he said the disperse would be to the four corners, right? Led captive, right? Luke 21:24 clarifies it. Luke 21:24, right? Clarifies it. He says, look at it real close. They shall fall by the edge of the sword and shall be led away captive, right? To make captive, right? A prisoner of war. So when you find a people that have been led as captives, a prisoner of war into all nations, then you found those people. Anybody can claim that I'm that person, but if you don't fit the description, right? It's like in the legal. When they say somebody robbed a bank and they give the description of what the person looked like, they're not going to just grab anybody. So he's close to the bank. This must be him. Well, he was in the vicinity of the bank, so it was him. But he don't fit the description. Well, he was in the bank when it happened. He was in there trying to get some money out of his account. You going to blame him now. All right. So let's go back. So Mr. Wiki is being tricky. That's why I don't fully trust Wiki, because Wiki can be tricky. We got a new nickname for him now, Tricky Wiki. All right, let's go back in now. All right. So he said the African diaspora gradually entered common usage in the turn of 21st century. So no, the diaspora, the African part, maybe, but the diaspora was in the biblical. We just showed you in the scriptures, right? The term he refutes himself by saying this. The term diaspora originates from Greek scattering, right? We just showed you scattering, which gained popularity in English. Now, if you do this right, let me show you real quick. If you do this and just put scatter, and bam, all this, the word scattering comes all through the book. I will scatter you among the heathens, right? That's what? That's Zerah. To toss about. I will scatter you among the heathen and will draw out a sword after you, and the land shall be desolate and your cities waste, right? That's Leviticus 26, right? And Yah shall scatter you among the nations. There it is again. That's puts, disperse, right? Literally disperse. So Yah promised, Yah told the Israelite people that you would be dispersed among the nations. So doggone it, why is it a coincidence that we have a history of being dispersed? That's a no-brainer. You found the people that's been dispersed. You found the people of the book. That's what it says. Look, let's go back in further. I'm getting excited. All right. Yah shall disperse you among the nations. All right. Deuteronomy 28:64. Yah shall disperse you again. Puts among all people from one end of the earth to the other. And you will serve deities of that your fathers have not known, of wood and stone. 32:26. I would scatter them to the corners, right? All right. 1 Kings 14:15 says, and shall scatter them beyond the river, because they have made their groves provoking Yah to anger. That one is Zerah, to diffuse, to disperse, right? Remember, I beseech thee the word that thou commandest thy servant Moses, saying, if you transgress, I will scatter you abroad. That's the word puts, among the nations. Okay? You got the Psalms, right? Isaiah. When he had made plain the faces thereof, doth he not cast abroad the fitches and scatter the coming and cast in the principal? Okay, that's not one. Let's see. Jeremiah 9:16. I will scatter them among the heathens, right? That's the word puts. Jeremiah 13:24. Therefore I will scatter them as stubble, right? 18:17. I will scatter them, that's puts again, as with the east wind. Okay. Then Jeremiah 23 says, he says, woe be to the pastors that destroy and scatter the sheep. Right? Okay. Man, we can go on. Look, Ezekiel. Oh my goodness. Right? I was scattered towards the wind. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Ezekiel 20:23. I lifted up my hand unto them also in the wilderness, that I would scatter, that's puts again, them among the heathens and disperse. Oh, we got puts and Zerah in this one. I will disperse them through the countries, and I will scatter thee among the heathen. That's 22:15. So you can go on and on and on and on and on. On and on. So, Mr. Tricky Wiki, no, we don't buy it. All right. So he says that the diaspora scattered and gained popularity of English in reference. No, it didn't. Then he connects and said in reference to the Jewish diaspora. Let me ask you a question. When were residing, so it's the description of that is saying the Jews who reside outside the land of Israel historically is referred to expansive scattering of the Israelites out of the homeland to the southern Levant, and that's not true, because the description didn't say they would dwell outside the land. It said they would go into captivity, brother. It's called forced migration. It's not getting a visa and relocating is not the same. It's called a forced migration, taken by force, plucked. Look, there's a passage that says plucked up, right? Let me see. Hold on a second. I can find it real quick. Look at this. This is 2 Chronicles 7:20. Then I will pluck them up by the roots out of my land. Look at that. This is the word natash, to tear away, pluck them up, right? And a time to be born. Let's see. I will utterly pluck up and destroy the nation. Okay, wait. Let's see. Concerning a nation and concerning a kingdom, to pluck up, to pull down. Okay, let's see. Okay. All right. if you will still abide in this is Jeremiah 42:10, in this land, then will I build you and not pull you down. I will plant you and not pluck you up. Right? For I repent not of the evil that I have done unto you. Plucked up. So Israel didn't just voluntarily relocate and go somewhere else and live happily ever after. No, he said, you're going to be taken by force, led captive into all nations. All right. So less commonly the term is being used. So he's wrong on that. Less commonly, the term has been used in scholarship to refer to more recent immigration of African. No, it always has been. Always has been. He's trying to make it modern. No, it always has been. Okay, go ahead. Read this paragraph here.
The African Union defines the African diaspora as consisting of people of native and partial African origin living outside the continent, irrespective of their citizenship and nationality, and who are willing to contribute to the development of the continent and building of the African Union. Its constitutive act declares that it shall invite and encourage the full participation of the African diaspora as an important part of our continent in the building of the African Union.
Okay, now let's go to this part here. So this is history, right? Okay, all right, that's not even true what he just said. That's not a diaspora. Okay, go ahead. See the tricky wiki. All right, go ahead. This diaspora through the slave trade.
Many Africans dispersed through North America, South America, Europe, and Asia during the Atlantic, Trans-Saharan, Red Sea, and Indian Ocean slave trades.
Stop right there. So he says Atlantic, Trans-Saharan, Red Sea, and Indian Ocean. He gave you 4. I gave you 5. I gave you Atlantic, Trans-Saharan, Red Sea, Indian, and Portuguese. You can't leave Portuguese out because Portuguese is very important. Because it was through Portuguese that you got the Afrikaners, the Dutch. Portuguese opened the way for the Dutch, right, to infiltrate South Africa.
Am I right?
That's right.
I'm going straight them right. Now, so he gives you the Atlantic, Trans-Saharan. Now look, let's look at each one of these here. Okay, read that what it says.
The Atlantic slave trade or the transatlantic slave trade involved the transportation by slave traders of enslaved African people to the Americas. European slave ships regularly use triangular trade route and its middle passage. Europeans established a coastal slave trade.
Okay, now let's go to the next one. Look at the little look. The guy saying look. What did it say? A cargo or what?
A cargo of 94 prime healthy Negroes.
Look at that.
Consisting of 39 men, 15 boys, 24 women, and 16 girls just arrived in the brigantine Dembia, Francis Bayer, master from Sierra Leone, probably.
Wait a minute. So I thought they were lazy. Right? Okay. Let me show you something real quick, right? Okay, this is something in my notes. I gotta find it first. Let's see.
Ain't no way. All that vitamin D from the sun.
Right. Hold on a second. I gotta find this something I want to share with you. It's in my notes. Let's see.
When our vitamin D is low, we lack energy. So they just live in the sun like that. They full of energy.
Okay, now I can't find it. Okay, I wanted to show you something. It's in the, let's see, hold on a second. Where is it? No, I ain't gonna find it because I'm looking for it. It's called the Missions Encyclopedia. Okay, hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it here. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Hold on a second. I got to show you this. Okay, because it's on my mind. Okay. Missions Encyclopedia, Volume 1. Okay. Let me show you this here real quick. Okay. This is the Missions Encyclopedia. I'm going to give you the link. And we're going to go to the page I want to go to. Okay. So what I'll do is here. I'll go to the page and I'll give you the link. So I want to go to Dahomey. How you spell Dahomey? Okay, here we go. All right, very good. Let's try again. It's this one here. Okay. This is now exhibit D. Okay, all right. I lost my letters here. Okay, now let's zoom this in. Okay. And let's see. It's a couple things here. Oh, this is not the page I wanted. Let's see. 27. Okay. Let's go right here. Okay. I'm going to give you this link here, right here to this one. But that's not the page I wanted. But that jumped out at me. So I'm going to go ahead and go with it. Okay. All right. Go to this link here. This is the Missions Encyclopedia, right? All right. Missions, what it was about Christianity trying to evangelize the world, like what they want to do now. And that's Christian nationalists, right? They went into all the territories where the so-called Negroes was to keep us under the bonds of Christianity. Okay, now, so right here, this is page 27 under Africa, right? Let's see if I can blow this up here. Okay, it is blowing up. Okay. Okay, you see that right there? Or want me to read it? Porto Novo.
Porto Novo, an enclave on the coast between Yoruba and Dahomey, French possession attached to the government of Senegal, has a coastline of 24 miles, area of 760 square miles, and a population of about 150,000.
I'll read that paragraph there.
Dahomey, a Portuguese protectorate, lies between 130 and 230-foot east longitude and extends about 120 miles inland.
Okay.
The chief coast town in Ouida,
right,
formerly a slave port, now exporting great quantities of palm oil. Abomey, the capital, is 65 miles inland and connected with Ouida by a road which continues to the Mahi country 30 miles further north.
That's good. So now what I want to do, so I want you to see that's Portuguese. It said it was a Portuguese protectorate, right? That was a chief coast in the town of Ouida, underline Ouida, because that's going to be important in a minute. Formerly a slave port, now exporting great quantities of palm oil. Okay. Now, so let's go to, okay, this is page 329, I believe it is. Okay. All right. Here we go. Y'all ready? Right?
Wait a minute.
All right. Now let's read under where it says Dahomey right here.
Dahomey, a section of the slave coast, West Africa,
right,
between Little Popo and Porto Novo. It is now a Portuguese protectorate.
And that we just read, right? Okay, go ahead.
Though the king is still absolute monarch.
Right.
The chief city, Ouida, Glenway, Fida, Habida, Ouida, was formerly called Judah.
Who? Formerly called who?
Judah.
Formerly called who?
Judah. and its inhabitants were said to be Jews.
What?
Jews.
They were said to be who?
Jews.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
He just told us that it's a Portuguese protectorate. Why are the Portuguese protecting this place, brother? Huh? And why this is where they got the slaves from. We're gonna say something in a minute. Stand clear of the closing doors. Right? All right. He says Wida, Fida, Havida, Uida was formerly called Judah, and its inhabitants were said to be Israelites. Boom. They were said to be Israelites. He says Jews there, but go ahead.
While the river Alala, Ephra, was spoken of as the Euphrates.
Ooh.
During the slave trade, Dahomey was famous, 16,000 to 18,000 being taken annually from Aguda, as the Portuguese called the city. Along the coast, the land is very swampy, but inland it rises to a tableland 1,000 feet high, on which is situated Abomey, the capital.
So wait a minute. We got to unpack this here. Wait a minute. Hold on a second.
Wait a minute.
We got to unpack this here. So this territory, they're acknowledging in this writing that this territory where they took the enslaved people, who they said was formerly called Judah, and its inhabitants were said to be Israelites. Then the Portuguese took these same people during the slave trade, famous 16,000 to 18,000 being taken annually from Aguda, as the Portuguese called the city, right? So they was taking them 16,000 to 18,000 a year. The Portuguese. Now, I got to show you this because it's going to connect the dots. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the old famous, y'all know where I'm going, Library of Congress, Negro land map. This blows most people's head when I share this with people and I say, you ever heard of Negro land? I'll give them this link. They don't know what to do with it. Okay, we're going to tie the loose ends here. All right, now. So this is the Negro land map. All right, what I want to zoom in on is, he said Dahomey, right? And it was called Judah, right? Okay, or Wida. Huh? What that say right there?
Yeah, Wida slave coast, Judah or Wida. Slave coast.
So, and the man just told us that these people were, he said these people were, what was this exact phraseology? It was said to be Israelites or Yehudim. Who said they were? Who knew? Right? Why was the land named Yehuda? Who knew? This man is telling you, right? So now let's go back to Tricky Wiki. All right. Tricky Wiki. So now Tricky Wiki left out Portugal, right? So we added Portugal in the rotation because I don't even see Portuguese in here. Let me see. Hold on a second. Let me do a search right quick. Okay, so it's 10 times in this article. Let's see. Is there? Is there? Is there? Okay, let's see. What's Wiki trying to be tricky about? Why is he not? Why did he not acknowledge the Portuguese slave trade? Because that's a missing piece of the puzzle. Because we just read who they took, right? So now let's do this. Now I got to do this because they don't want to play fair. So let's do this here. When was the Portuguese slave trade? Now I already put the years in there. Okay, now here we go. Slavery in Portugal was only abolished in 1869. The Atlantic slave trade began circa 1336 or 1341 when Portuguese traders brought the first Canarian slaves to Europe. In 1526, Portuguese mariners carried the first shipload of African slaves to Brazil in the Americas, establishing the triangular Atlantic slave trade. Boom! So why would Wikipedia leave out some valuable information? Because that's a big piece of the pie, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So you're trying to be tricky by just including they want to start with the African slave trade with the transatlantic. When it started before the transatlantic, it started with the Red Sea slave, right? So if you go back to my notes, you'll see I detailed it. I detailed it in my notes. Egypt, Red Sea, Indian, Trans-Saharan, Portuguese, then the transatlantic, because the Portuguese paved the way for the triangular trade, which is what they just said, right? Which was the trade called the transatlantic slave trade. Boom. So fulfilling prophecy. So these people, right, who went into captivity, just like the book says. It wasn't a coincidence. All these captivity was not a coincidence, right? So now we go back to Wiki again. Go back to Tricky Wiki. We're going to pull out the truth that he tells. And we're going to dispel the myths. And we're going to expose the lies. Okay, now. So he went through all of that to skip past the transatlantic slave trade. Let's continue. Go ahead.
The earliest recorded evidence of Africans as slaves outside of Africa comes from ancient Greece and Rome. In the Greco-Roman world, almost all native Africans were known primarily as Ethiopians.
So wait a minute, hold a second. Oh, I don't have it on the screen. So wait a minute. So Truth Unedited said that it's dumb to say Ethiopia. Now, Wikipedia got this part right. What did he say about Ethiopia again? Let's bring it on the screen. Right here. Almost all native Africans were known primarily as Ethiopians, a term that refers to the constellation of Cephas, the king of sky in Greek mythology. So before we embrace the label black or African, we were called Ethiopia. Now that actually makes sense. Why? Because there's a passage that says, can the Ethiopian change his skin? Right? Mm-hmm. So Jeremiah this is on point, right? Because this is add a little fuel to the fire. He says, can an Ethiopian, right, change his skin, or a leopard his spots, then may he also do good that are accustomed to do evil. So everywhere in this book where you see Ethiopia, Cushite, it is historically what we would call black. Right? So to support what Wiki said, Wiki's right about that. They were originally called Ethiopian, right? So we can go back to the scriptures and show you, right? Another word is Niger or nigger. And hold on a second. Man, I think it's freezing up. Okay. You can go to Ethiopia. Okay. Here you go. This is Acts 8:27. It said there arose what? And went, and behold, a man of Ethiopia, a eunuch of great authority under Candace, queen of the Ethiopians, who had charge of all the treasure and had come to Jerusalem to worship. So you go Ethiopia. So, and every time you see like Cushan and stuff like that, right? Okay. Here is Habakkuk 3:7, right? I saw the tents of Cushan in affliction, right? Cushan, right? A region of Arabia, right? Cushan. All right. Now let's get back to Wiki, tricky Wiki. Okay, go ahead. Where we at? So they said Ethiopian. The term was referred to as to black people was referred to as Ethiopians back then. All right, go ahead.
The constellation of Cephas, which comes from the Greek word meaning gardener, is home to an important variable star, Delta Cephei, after which the Cepheid variable stars used to estimate distances in the universe are named. Most Ethiopian slaves in the Greco-Roman world came from Kush, modern-day Sudan.
Right.
After they became prisoners of war in altercations with nearby Egypt. Archaeological evidence shows that a very small proportion of slaves in the Greco-Roman world were Ethiopian, in part due to the distance required for import. Ethiopian slaves were primarily engaged in domestic and entertainment work, leading archaeologists to believe that they were considered an expensive luxury. In one ostentatious display, the Roman Emperor Nero filled a theater with Ethiopian slaves to demonstrate the wealth and power of Rome to a visiting foreign king.
Boom. So that's your first slave trade. So that is your Red Sea slave trade. Now next, okay, at the beginning of the 8th century.
At the beginning of the 8th century, Arabs took African slaves from the central and eastern portions of the African continent, where they were known as the Zani or Zanj, and sold them into markets in the Middle East.
Wait, where they sell them at?
To markets in the Middle East, the Indian subcontinent, and the Far East for slavery in the Umayyad Caliphate, the Abbasid Caliphate, Mamluk Sultanate, and the Ottoman Empire.
Ooh, that's a lot. Wait, that's a whole lot right there. So interesting, right? The Arabs was taking the slave. So why is it that they're taking the same people? Right? Everybody's going to Africa taking slaves. Why? Is that a coincidence? Huh? The Red Sea slave trade when the Africa got them. Then now you got the Arab slave trade going to Africa, getting them and bringing them to the Middle East. Why are they grabbing the same people? Anybody ever stop to ask that question? Right? And who's the one that's grabbing? The Gentiles, the Greeks, sons of Japheth, right? Arabs. Arabs aren't Arabs. And the Hebrews teach that. They got that from Abba Bivens. The Arabs are not Ishmaelites. Arabs are a combination of different ethnic groups. Maybe we'll do a study on Arabs in the future. Arabs are not Ishmaelites. Some Ishmaelites are Arabs. Okay? I will read something. I should read something from Pliny the Elder on that. Okay, it's in my notes. I'm way off my notes now. I don't know where I'm at right now in my notes. Okay. Let's see. So now I want to go up here. We're gonna come back there in a second. So we saw the Atlantic slave trade. We saw trans-Saharan slave trade, which is the one he's talking about now. It said that. So what does it say? The trans-Saharan slave trade.
The trans-Saharan slave trade, also known as the Arab slave trade, was a slave trade in which slaves were mainly transported across the Sahara. Most were moved from sub-Saharan Africa to North Africa to be sold to Mediterranean and Middle Eastern civilizations. A small percentage went elsewhere.
Okay, that's good. Then we got the Red Sea. What does that say?
The Red Sea slave trade, sometimes known as the Islamic slave trade, Arab slave trade, and Oriental slave trade, was a slave trade across the Red Sea, trafficking Africans from the African continent to slavery in the Arabian Peninsula and the Middle East from antiquity until the mid-20th century.
Right. So Israelites are still in the land. Then you have the Indian Ocean. Go ahead.
The Indian Ocean slave trade, sometimes known as the East African slave trade, involved the capture and transportation of predominantly sub-Saharan African slaves along the coast, such as the Swahili coast and the Horn of Africa, and through the Indian Ocean.
Interesting, right? Okay, now, and then slavery in Africa, what does that say?
Slavery has historically been widespread in Africa. Systems of servitude and slavery were once commonplace in parts of Africa, as they were in much of the rest of the ancient and medieval world. When the trans-Saharan slave trade, Red Sea slave trade, Indian Ocean slave trade, and Atlantic slave trade.
Right. There you go. Boom. So once again, I'm asking the question, why are the same people being enslaved? Why are they going into Africa? Because we told you. Those are the Israelites. They were grabbing Israelites because the prophecy said that you would go into slavery. Right? Be led captive into all nations. Right? So now, I gave you the expedited version. That article, now if you look at, we'll do this and we'll wrap this one up here. Okay, what I want to do, I want to show you, okay. Look at this right here. This map shows you the African diaspora. And it shows you, you can keep doing what you're doing, so you're looking at something. This here shows you African diaspora. It says the world map of African diaspora. Okay, so in Brazil, the African population, because of the diaspora, is, and this is 2022, it says 20,656,458. Okay? It called them Afro-Brazilian, also known as Black Brazilians, are Brazilians of total or predominantly sub-Saharan African ancestry. Most multiracial Brazilians have a range of degree of African ancestry. Brazilians whose African features are more evident are generally seen by others as black, right? Then you have under that the United States. It says 41,100,200 to 46,936,733. Now, what is the mark line? African Americans, also known as Black Americans, and formerly also called Afro-Americans, are the Americans' racial ethnic group who are defined by United States Census, consists of Americans who have origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. African Americans constitutes ... Okay, now, so then you got Haiti, right? So you got France, 8 million there. Black Frenchmen, comment allez-vous? Je vais très bien, merci. And Haiti is a French. It's saying Hispaniola. Haiti, officially, Republic of Haiti is a country. Hispaniola is Caribbean Sea. They speak French though. Why does it say Hispaniola? Okay. Interesting that he says Hispaniola. That's Spanish. But they speak French. I know that for a fact. Okay, they're over top of French. You got Colombia. You got 4 million in Colombia. You got Saudi Arabia. You got 3 million in Saudi Arabia. You got Yemen. You got 3.5 million in Yemen. You got Mexico. You got 2.5 million in Mexico. You got Jamaica, 2.5. United States, 2.48. So, what's the difference between this one? Oh, United Kingdom. United Kingdom. That's Britain. 2.5 million. You got Iraq. You got 2 million in Iraq. You got 1.7 million in Dominican Republic. And you got 8 million mixed in Dominican. They don't want to be associated or identified. So they call it mixed. You got Panama 1.2. You got Spain 1.2. You got Canada 1.5. You got Italy 1.1. You got Venezuela 1.1. You got Cuba 1. You got Germany got 1 million. You got Peru's got 800,000. You got Oman's got 750. Ecuador's got 500 and a half. They even show you a picture of them. Look at them. You got Netherlands. Netherlands got 500,000. They call Black Dutch. You got Trinidad. You got Belgium, got 300,000. Afro-Belgians or Black Belgians are defined as Belgians of sub-Saharan Africa. See, they went into Africa and got the same people. Why? Australia got 300,000. Portugal got 900,000 still. It says citation needed. Okay, it's probably more than that. Argentina's got 300,000. Look at them, right? Let captain for all nations come out clear now, isn't it? All right. Barbados, 200,000. Sweden, 250,000, right? Residents of Sweden who are born in Africa, 20. There are 236,000 people in Sweden who were born in Africa, 2020. Pakistan got 250,000. Look at that. Look at them. Puerto Rico got 200,000. Guyana got 200,000. Was that Suriname? Got 200. Where's that? Republic of Suriname's country, northern and southern America. Okay. Chile got 195,000. Uruguay has 150,000. Norway got 150,000. Grenada's got 100,000. Turkey's got 100,000. Finland's got 70,000. Jordan got 60,000. Why are we everywhere? Right? Russia's got 50,000. Costa Rica got 45,000. Right? 289,000 mixed. Guatemala got 27. Look at her. India's got 20,000. Paraguay's got 8,000. Okay. So, there's my guy there, W.B. Du Bois. He wrote a book. I want to read some of his stuff he wrote. He died in Ghana. Okay. So, here you go. Summary. Caribbean, you got the Caribbean showing Caribbean, South America, Brazil, North America, right? Europe. So we everywhere, right? Mm-hmm. We everywhere. Is that prophecy or is that coincidence? Right?
Yep, prophecy.
Now, as we wrap this up, let's go back to Joel because the title of the lesson is there going to be a reverse slave trade? Okay, so let's go back. We'll wrap it up in Joel. Yael, chapter 3. I had a whole lot more in this lesson, but it got redirected. I ain't gonna fight it. Maybe the Most High had me preserve some of my stuff for the book. I got some stuff I was going to show y'all to blow your head, have your head spinning, right? I was going to show you the shift when the land became white, where the writer said it. A writer that wrote said that the land was originally black, became white. All the land of the antiquity became white, but it was black at first, but it became white. And those people that in the land are Japheth stock and not Israelite stock. Okay. Except for the people that are there. Notice they didn't have Israel in there in that number. Hold on a second. Let me do something real quick because let me see. I got to do this here. How many Afro Israelis? Okay. He said there are more than 200,000 people of African descent in Israel. This includes about 170,000 Ethiopians, 30,000 Oslums seekers, and smaller numbers of other black Jews and Afro-Palestinians. The black Hebrew Israelites, a group of African Americans who identify as descendants of the ancient Israelites, under around 5,000 in Israel. Okay. There are more than 200,000 people of African descent who call Israel home, including 170,000 Ethiopians and This is the Israel Times, right? Okay, now, that's part of the diaspora. Okay, now, let's go back to Joel 3 and let's wrap this baby up for this week. And I feel my help leaving me, so this is a good time. All right, where do we leave off at? We left off at cast lots. Okay, whatever you do, me, Tyree and side down. We read that one there. And okay, verse 5.
Because you have taken my silver and my gold and had carried it into your temples, my goodly pleasant things. The children also of Yehuda and the children of Jerusalem have you sold unto the Grecians, that ye might remove them far from their borders. Behold, I will raise them out of the place whither ye have sold them, and will return your recompense upon your own head. And I will sell your sons and your daughters into the hand of the children of Yehuda, and they shall sell them to the Sabians and to a people far off, for Yah have spoken it. Proclaim ye this among the Gentiles. Prepare war, wake up the mighty men, let all the men of war draw near, let them come up.
That's right. That's good. So the Most High said, because of that, Tyre, Zidon, and the coast of Palestine, or the, what do you call it? Brenton's calls it the Galilee of the Gentiles, right? The Galilee of the Gentiles. These Tyre, Sidon, Galilee of the Gentiles will, he said, I'm going to take your sons and your daughters. First, he said, I'm going to raise them up out of the place where you have sold them, right? And then he says, I will return. That's the second coming. So people don't make that connection. I will raise them up out of the places where you have sold them, and I will return. So the raising is happening first. That's called the awakening, right? So Israel is awakening first because Deuteronomy 30 says so. And at the moment of the awakened number, the number that the Most High has set, once that number has been reached, that triggers the second coming. the Messiah coming in the cloud. And when he comes in the cloud, he says, I will raise them up out of the places where you have sold them, right? And I will return your recompense on your own head. So, what is a recompense?
A reward.
So when it deals with investments, right? You put in, and what happens? You get back.
A return on it.
Right. You get back more than you put in. That's what an investment is, right? Am I right? So a recompense is you going to get more than you put in. That's why the children have to reap in the judgment, because the fathers, it's like inflation. That's what it is. That's a good way to put it.
Interest something.
Interest.
Oh, yeah.
Interest accrued. So the nations have accrued a debt. Every last one of the Gentile nations have accrued a debt that you got to pay. And the only way to pay that debt is servitude. For 1,000 years. I'm going to prove it to you. Right? So he says, I will return your recompense on your head. Right? See, hold on a second. Okay. What does recompense mean?
Here's the definition of recompense. Make amends to someone for loss or harm suffered. Compensate.
Compensation. Right. So because interest has accrued, you got to pay penalties. You know, that's what the IRS does. When you owe IRS money and you don't pay IRS, they don't primary ones that know how to do this thing. When you have a debt that you didn't pay, you pay interest and you pay penalties. Boom. Try to take your retirement money out of the road. See what happens. You might pay 30% penalty. I don't know what the percentage is now. You worked hard all your life for that money. You go through a hardship in life and you need your retirement money. You go cash out. And the state said, we're going to tax you. Whatever that percentage is for that money that you worked hard for. Because you took it out early. We're going to penalize you. Right? Okay. Now, the nations never paid the debt that they owe for the enslaving of the prophetic people. So because they didn't pay, you're going to pay back for 1,000 years of servitude, right? Right? Let me open it up. I got to go with my notes because I wrote all that in my notes, but let me see. All right. Let's go to it. All right, let's see. I got to find it real quick, okay? Egypt, okay, with all my Red Sea, went through my Red Seas and everything. Japheth shall dwell in the tents of Shem. We talked about that. We talked about, okay, let's see. Okay, here, let's read this real quick. Y'all gonna like this here. I mentioned it, but I found it. Okay, here we go. So let's go to, this is Stabo. This is Stabo, okay? If you never heard of Stabo, get to know him because Strabo's a historian. He got some stuff in there, boy, I'm telling you, that'll blow your head. Okay, so this is Strabo, right? Paste, go. All right. So Strabo, we're going to go to Strabo. Okay. Y'all need to bookmark that one I just read by the homie. I think I got that from Dante Fortson a while back. Okay. Strabo. Okay, let's go up here to... Let's start right here at point 2. I think that's where I want to start right here. Let me see. It's at full mass. Okay. Can you see? Start right here at point 2.
It seems that the name of the Syrians extended not only from Babylonia to the Gulf of Isis, but also in ancient times from the Gulf of Euxine. And at any rate, both tribes of the Cappadocians, both near the Taurus and those near the Pontus, have the present time been called white.
Huh? Mm-hmm. When did the change happen? That's it. Now watch this. Let's go to the next page. All right. Okay, what did I say?
White Syrians.
White Syrians, huh?
As though some Syrians were black, these being the Syrians who lived outside the Taurus. And when I say Taurus, I am extending the name as far as the Amanus. When those who have written histories of the Syrian Empire say that the Medes were overthrown by the Persians and the Syrians by the Medes, they mean by the Syrians no other people than those who built the royal palaces in Babylon and Ninus. And of these Syrians, Ninus was the man who founded Ninus in Atoria, and his wife Semiramis was the woman who succeeded her husband and founded Babylon. These two gained the mastery of Asia, and as for Semiramis, apart from her works at Babylon, many others are also to be seen throughout almost the whole of that continent. I mean the mounds called the mounds of Semiramis, and walls, and the construction of fortifications with aqueducts therein, and the reservoirs for drinking water, and of ladder like ascents of mountains, and of channels and rivers and lakes, and of roads and bridges. And they left to their successors their empire until the time of the empires of Sardanapalus and Arbaces, but later the empires passed over to the Medes.
Passed over to the Medes. All right, there you go. Boom. All right. So he said the Syrians were black. These being the Syrians who lived outside of Taurus, right? So, but then he talked about these Syrians were white Syrians. So you had the white Syrians. These are the Japhetic Syrians that came in the land. So when he talks about Gentiles, that's what he's talking about, right? Now, let's go back to my notes here. That's some good reading. Strabo was some good reading if you're a historian. Okay, let's see. So that was that interesting note. Strabo says Arabians worship Zeus. Arabians worship Zeus. I'm not going to show you that, but in that same, he talks about them worshiping Zeus. Many of the special characteristics of Arabia have been disclosed by the recent expeditions of Romans against Arabia, which was made in my own time under Aelius Gallus as commander. He was sent by Augustus Caesar to explore the tribes and the place not only in Arabia, but also in Ethiopia, since Caesar saw that the troglodytes country which adjoins Egypt neighbors upon Arabia, and also the Arabian Gulf, which separates the Arabians from the troglodytes, is extremely narrow. Accordingly, he conceived the purpose of winning the Arabians over to himself, or of subjugating them, right? So that's all in. I'm reading from Strabo's book, okay? All right, so I wanted to get to, there's a lot in there. I want to get to my scriptures here, so let's see. Here's something interesting from a book that I read. I'll show you this one here. This is from the book of, let's see, this is, what page is this? This is called the Asiento contract. So the Asiento contract was a contract that permitted them to, it's an Asiento or contract allowing the subjects of Great Britain liberty of importing Negroes into the Spanish America. It was signed by the Catholic king at Madrid, the 26th day of March, 1713. So the Catholic king. So there goes your church involvement, right? So the church got to pay, because we already showed you in the Inquisition where the church worked in cahoots with the Portuguese to sell the Israelites into slavery. Those same Israelites that were sold into slavery ended up into the New World in slavery. All right, went back in. Now, like I said, I want to get to my scriptures here. Interesting, right? Look at this here. This is the queen who, this is one of the queens. This is Queen Mary and King Charles. Look at their hair. Right? If anybody could pass for Edomite, these two could. Okay. All right. Now to my scriptures. Okay. So this is my climax here. Okay. Now I'm presenting all my information that I'm going to present for today. Now, he that leadeth in the captivity shall go into captivity, right? He that leadeth in the captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must kill with the sword. He here is patient of and the belief of the saints, right? Now, Isaiah 33:1 says, woe to thee that spoilest, and thou wast not spoiled, and dealest treacherously, and they dealt not treacherously with thee. When thou shalt cease to spoil, thou shalt be spoiled. Boom. And when thou shalt make an end to deal treacherously, they shall deal treacherously with thee. He says, O Yah, be gracious unto us. We have waited for thee. Be thou their arm every morning, our salvation also in the time of trouble. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall you not eat. And surely your blood of your lives, this is Genesis 9:5, will I require at the hand of every beast, will I require it, and at the hand of man, and at the hand of every man's brother, will I require the life of man. So we showed you that last week in the book of Ezekiel, when the Most High said that I will make a place of graves, right? And he's going to bring judgment on Gog, the chief prince of Magog, right? He says, I'm going to make a place of graves there. So judgment is coming through death, right? And servitude, right? Now, this is Isaiah 14 and 1 and 2. I want to read that one there. Let's go to Isaiah 14, 1 and 2. Okay, Isaiah 14. Let's bring it on the screen. 1 and 2. All right. Okay. That sound like truth and edited. Okay. For Yah will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel. Let me say that again. For Yah will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel and set them in their own land. Boom. So why is it that we everywhere? We don't have our own land. Why is it that everybody's going into Africa to grab the same people? Because they're the people that this book said would go into captivity, will be plucked off the land, will lose the remembrance of themselves, right? Will break the covenant, right? Will serve other deities that the fathers have not known, right? So we were stripped of our land, right? We were stripped of our identity, right? Stripped of our heritage, right? But Yah said he promised that, listen, I am going to have mercy on them, right? And I'm going to choose them again, right? And when I choose them, I'm going to set them in their own land, right? And watch this now. And the strangers shall be joined with them, right? And they shall do what? Cleave, not hate no more. See? They ain't going to hate us no more. Because when they realize, wait a minute, these are our superiors. We're going to cleave to them, right? Watch what he says here. They shall cleave to the house of Jacob, right? And the people shall take them and bring them to their place. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
The people shall take them and shall bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall do what? Possess them in the land of Yah for what? Servants. Somebody got a debt to pay back. You got a debt to pay. Use my Geno Jennings voice. You got a debt to pay. Your payment is servitude. Read it again. Somebody missed it. It ain't Kazak's words. It's Yah's words, right? He said they're going to cleave to the house of Jacob, right? After he puts them in their land, then he said they're going to cleave to the house of Jacob, and the people shall take them. We just read that in Joel 3. He said, I'm going to sell his sons and their daughters. The people shall take, who are the people? Judah shall take them and bring them to their place. So Judah going to grab them and bring them to Judah's place. Right? And the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of Yah for servants. Say it again. Did I make that up? Did I read that? Huh? Did that sound like a reverse slave trade to you? The same people that carried you into captivity, you're going to carry them into captivity. We're going to finish it out. I ain't done yet. We're going to finish it out. Right? You better get on the good side.
Am I right?
You better get on the good side because y'all ain't playing. You got a payment. You going to pay it. Without excuse. I'm going to show you what the Messiah said. We're going to tie this with what the Messiah said, right? All right, now. There's some good stuff here, boy. It was hard for me to accept what I'm sharing with you, but when I was reading, I was like, wow. Okay, now. It said, and the strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob, and the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of Yah for servants and handmaids. Boom. And they shall take them captives. Led captive to all nations. What happened? What happened? We was led captive to all nations. But he said now they going to take them captives. Watch this now. It's a payback time, brother. They are going to take them, right, captives whose captives they were. So every nation where we were captives, they're going to become our captives. Let that sink in for a minute, because see, y'all think y'all getting by. You're not going to get by. Yah has already pronounced judgment to a city near you. You ain't getting by. Right? Israel has been punished for over 2,000 years. We return into the covenant. The nations don't want it because they know that payment is coming. They know it. That's why they want to keep you dumb. What is it? We just said dumbed down. Because they know the payment day is coming. You know, we sing a song. We put your time in. Payday's coming after a while. Payday is coming. Right? So he says they will bring them into their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of Yah for servants and handmaidens, and they shall take them captives, whose captives they were, and they shall rule. Can I say rule? They shall rule over their oppressors. Boom! Look, who's going to have the last laugh? Y'all's going to have the last laugh. Y'all think y'all getting by with your trickster self. You better get on the good side of history before judgment comes. You got to pay. Your bank account's about to become bankrupt. All right, now, we'll look at this thing here because somebody said, brother, that sounds kind of harsh. Okay, let's look at it. The people shall take them. Take is the word lakach, which means to take, to seize. Isn't that what they did to our forefather? They seized them, took them by force.
Yep.
He says the people, right, shall take them, right, shall lachat them, seize them, right, and bring them, right, okay, to go or come into their place. It's a word, mechoma, spot, locality, where you live. And the house of Israel shall possess nakal. It's just, look, listen, y'all don't like me. Y'all don't like me. Y'all don't like me. Look at it. The word possess is the word nakal, to inherit, as figurative mode of descent, to generally to occupy, to bequeath, to distribute, to instate. So in other words, you're going to become the chattel slave, property of the Negroes. That don't feel good, does it? When you think about it. But it's an investment. It's an investment that you made. So Paul said, Yah is not mocked. Whatever a man sow, that's a financial principle. Whatever you sow, you're going to reap. You might reap it later. You might have to wait till retirement to get it. Can't cash it out early because there's penalties. So you got to pay. There's no way around it. There's no way around it. The house of Israel are going to possess, going to own, huh?
Yeah, own.
Going to own you. You're going to be Israel's property, right? They're going to possess you in Admah, right? Look at that. Admah. It didn't just say Haaretz. It said Admah. In the earth. What does that mean? That means wherever you be property, stamp. It's like you put stamps on the slaves, you're going to be stamps on you. Property of Israel. Now you used to go to school and they had on the back of the chair, property of the Board of Education.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be sealed with the property. You're going to belong to the people you oppressed for all these years. You're going to serve with servitude. Yah said, proclaim this.
Mm-hmm.
It's time for the proclamation, brothers and sisters. It's time for the emancipation proclamation, right? So he said, you're going to possess them in the land, in the earth, not just in Israel. Wherever you live, you will be property of Israel. Just like Israel was a servant and still a servant, even though you did the Emancipation Proclamation, right? All right. It shall possess you in the land for, just in case you don't get it, servants. What is that? What's the word for servant? A bed. Bondage. Right? Isn't that what a servant is?
Mm-hmm.
Work, till, enslaved. Abad. That's the root word. Abad means, it means to work, to till, to be enslaved. So your pay back is what you've done to the people. The Most High said you didn't show them no mercy.
Mm-hmm.
I was wrong with my people, but you didn't show them no mercy. So guess what? The blood is crying from the ground, right? For servants and for handmaids, right? It says shipcha. It said a female slave. Y'all, I'm not making this up. Am I making this up? See, we want somebody to make us feel good. You've been feeling good for the longest. It's time now for you to wake up and smell the coffee, as they say. Right? He said, for handmaids, right? And for female slaves. So you got, just like we was male and female slave, you're going to be male and female slave. He said, and they shall take them, right? Haya, take them to exist, to come to pass. It's going to come to pass. Take them as what? Shabbat. What'd that say? To transport into captivity. Am I making this up? You going on ships. Y'all don't like me. I'm trying to tell you. This is the word of Yah. It's Isaiah 14. Always been there. We always read down the bottom part of this. But we never read the top part. Okay, right? So you shall take them captives, whose, same word used, captives, right? Whose captives they were. And just in case you're not clear what they're going to do with them, it says, and they shall do what? Radah. They shall do what? Radah. They're going to tread down and to subjugate and to crumble. Huh? Oh, you want a hand clap, don't you? And when the Most High said he will wipe the tears from their eyes, can you see that? Israel's coming up out the grave, right? And coming back to the land. And they're going to look up and they're going to be like, now we understand this. Now we comprehend this whole thing. We disobeyed the covenant. And because of that, we inherited this judgment. And now we've returned to this covenant. It's time to pay back, right? Now, verse 3 says, and it shall come to pass in that day, Yah shall give thee rest. I feel a shundle. I feel a release and that right there. Yah, just knowing that, right? It said Yah will give you rest from your sorrow and from thy fear, right? And from the hard bondage wherein thou was made to serve. That put tears in my eyes right there. Because when you think about all of the pain and suffering we had to go through as a people just to survive, not even to be rich, just to survive. I'm trying to keep my head above waters, making it away when you can. Temporary laid off. Struggling and surviving.
Yeah. Yeah, and still being forced to, survive by having to go to these jobs every day.
In pain. Can barely make it, but you got to go in that.
Want you to work till you can't work. Senior citizen. Let it be over by at least 40.
Have mercy.
You gotta go to 60, 70. You see older people than that out here still working.
And look at this. Look at verse 4.
Forcing you to survive.
Look at verse 4. It's going to put some tears in y'all eyes. Y'all better get some tissues. I need some tissues in that. Can't even see. All right, read verse 4 for me. I can't see. I got to get my eyes clear.
That thou shalt take up this proverb against the king of Babylon and say, how hath the oppressor ceased, the golden city ceased. Babylon fallen.
Go ahead, read verse 5. Go ahead.
Yah have broken the staff of the wicked and the scepter of rulers. He will smote the people in wrath with a continual stroke. He that ruled the nations in anger is persecuted, and none hindereth.
Woo! Look at that. Look at that. Nobody can help you. That's what I said. There's no help. You want to pay? You got to pay. Y'all said it. Go ahead.
The whole earth is at rest and is quiet. They break forth into singing.
Why is the earth quiet and at rest?
Not being oppressed.
4,000 a day of rest. 1,000 years, right?
Yeah.
That's the 1,000 years. We're going to rest. Right now we're laboring because of our forefathers' disobedience was spilled to us and got us thrown out the land, right?
And the same thing's going to happen to them. If we are paying for the sins of our forefathers, they're going to pay for the sins of their forefathers.
What you bringing to the table, brother?
Got to get system on that one. Don't that make sense? We see, for those that say that, I'm glad you said that. For those that say, why we got to pay for, we didn't enslave anybody. Well, we had to pay, become children of the slave trade. We didn't do anything.
Yeah, we didn't disobey the covenant. We wasn't there. We wasn't present.
We suffered 2,000 years of judgment. You're actually getting a good deal because you're getting 1,000 years of judgment. We got 2,000 years of judgment. $2,000 years. And now it's like you feel like a mystery. This is a mystery that's being revealed, being opened up in our eye, in front of our eyes, where we can see, oh, this is why. This is why. Right? The book has already been written, right? The whole earth will be at rest. The fir trees will rejoice, right? The cedars of Lebanon, since thou was laid down, no feller is come up against us. Hell from beneath is moved for thee to meet thee at thy coming, and stir up the dead for thee. There you go. Even all the chief ones of the earth, and have raised up from the thrones all the kings of the nations. That right there is kind of confirming what I was saying about the people coming back up. I believe that that's saying that the fathers of the children, the slave masters coming back and going to serve. Okay? We may have to do a little lesson on that, but I believe that that's what's happening. Because think about it. If you lynched, hung wrongfully, and your punishment is just the lake of fire, and you did all, see, if a man sheds blood, we read that earlier, blood's got to be shed, right? That man just might come back to be killed again. If you wicked, ain't enough saving in the world because you wicked. It's like somebody has a question, can Satan repent? No, he can't because he's wicked. Ain't repentance in him. Some people got the devil in them and they will never repent, even if they're on the bottom. On the kingdom age, you gotta be a good old slave. Just be a good little, just don't look like they tell us, don't resist, because look, I'm gonna show you something. You think there ain't gonna be no lynching? Let me show it to you real quick. Okay. I got it in my notes somewhere, but let me see if I can find it real quick. You know what? Let's do it this way. Hold on a second. Oh, bless you. Okay. Let's do it this way, because I know I got it in my notes. Okay, here we go. I got it. Okay. This is Psalms, right? Psalms 2 and 7 through 9. Okay, let's bring it up on the screen. Psalms 2, 7, and 9. We about to go into surgery now. We're gonna amplify this real quick. Okay, all right. What I say, Psalms what?
Yeah, too, when I think about it, ruling with a rod of iron, that's not nothing. That's harsh.
Psalms 2. Yeah, it is. Psalms, what I say? Oh my goodness. Hold on, let's bring this down. Okay, Psalms 2 and 7. Okay, 2 and 7. Here we go. Okay, let's bring this up. Let's see. Let's start right here. Start at verse 3. All right. No, start at verse 1.
Why do the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing?
Why?
The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against Yah and against his anointed, saying, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. Yah shall have them in derision. Then shall he speak unto them in his wrath and vex them in his sore displeasure. Yet have I set my king upon my Kodesh hill of Zion. Right. I will declare the decree. Yah have said unto me, thou art my son, this day have I begotten thee.
Right.
Ask of me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron. Thou shalt dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Be wise now, therefore, O ye kings. Be instructed, ye judges of the earth.
There you go. There you go.
Gonna dash them in pieces. Get out of line. It ain't gonna be good.
So y'all think, oh, he's a laughing. No, he gonna whoop your behind.
Yes, it's gonna break them. So that nature that they have.
It's gonna be a judgment.
Just like we had to be broken because we were resisting
Right.
servitude. Some of them are gonna resist it.
Right, you're gonna resist it. When you see the people that you oppress all these years ruling over you, your white supremacists and your superiority is going to be affected.
Like, no, we ain't having it. And they're gonna start.
They're gonna crack out that whip.
Some of them gonna rebel.
They're gonna crack out that whip. We gonna crack out that whip.
Some of them gonna be going just as soon as they get resurrected.
That's what the book say. Now, let's unpack that real quick because that was a heavy hit right there. He says, Yah says in verse 5, he will speak unto them in his wrath, right? Asaph, his nostrils, angry. You know, see, people talk about where prophecy said the Messiah's eyes were red as a flame of fire. It's red because that's judgment. He's angry with how you handle his heritage. Right? Hold that thought. I gotta get this in while I'm thinking about it. Okay. Isaiah 47 and 6. This is what the Most High said, right? Start at verse 1. He said, Come down
and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon. Sit on the ground. There is no throne, O daughter of the Chaldeans. For thou shalt no more be called tender and delicate. Take the millstones and grind meal. Uncover the locks, thy locks. Make bare the leg. Uncover the thigh. Pass over the rivers.
Right.
Thy nakedness shall be uncovered. Yea, thy shame shall be seen. I will take vengeance, and I will not meet thee as a man.
Right.
As our Redeemer, Yah of hosts is his name, the Kodesh One of Israel. Sit thou silent and get thee into darkness, O daughter of the Chaldeans.
Right.
For thou shalt no more be called the Lady of Kingdoms. I was wroth with my people. I have polluted mine inheritance and given them into thine hand. Thou didst show them no mercy. Upon the ancient hast thou very heavily laid thy yoke. And thou saidst, I shall be a lady forever, so that thou didst not lay these things to thy heart.
Right.
Neither didst remember the latter end of it.
Right. That's right.
Therefore, keep going.
That's good. That's good. That's it. That's it. So that's what the Most High said. He was wroth with his people, but y'all didn't show her no mercy. Right? So are you going to be on the, as they say, are you going to be on the wrong side of history? Or are you going to repent? Where's my boy? You know, you gonna repent?
Are you gonna repent?
Right. What you say, Gino?
Are you gonna repent?
That's right. That's what you got to do. You got to repent because why? That's what he talked about in Joel 3. He said, if you recompense them, right? I'm messing it up now.
I will return your reward
Upon your own head.
swiftly.
Right. If you do it. But you're not going to do it because the brother in the video told you it's not in your DNA to do it. The anger that Japheth's seed had against Shem and Ham is evident. Look at what they're doing with Abraham Traore. They want him dead. They want him unalive, as they say, right? Envy in the heart of Japheth's seed is real, right? You saw what Charlie Kirk said. He's a descendant of them, right? Now, so Psalms, I was unpacking it. He says that he's wrath, then he shall speak unto them with wrath and vex them, right? Tremble. He said, tremble and make alarm, hasten anxiously. Them in sore displeasure, right? That's the word karon, burning.
Heated.
Is a Yah said, it says Yah's angry with the wicked every day. Now we know what that means, right? Yet have I set my king upon thy Kodesh hill in Zion. This talking about Yahshua coming back, return. Because I'm gonna make the connection in a second. I will decree the decree. Yah have said, I will declare the decree. Declare and decree. And that's what the prophets say on YouTube. Declare and decree it. That's where he got it from right there. Yah have said it to me, unto me, thou art my son. This day have I begotten thee. Right? Now that jumped the flip. We went from Yahshua to the people of Yahshua, right? The son. Israel's my son, right? That's us. Mm-hmm. As of me, and I shall give thee the heathen. I shall give thee the heathen, the Gentiles, for thy nacha, for thy inherit, occupancy, heirloom, estate, patrimony, portion. Boom. Yah said he's going to give them for your inheritance. Right? Isaiah said what? You shall suck the breast of the Gentiles?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And their kings will minister unto you, something like that.
That has a whole new meaning now. See, when you put people in the proper perspective, when you stop making Esau be a so-called white man and let Esau be Esau, because Esau has a judgment on him. Okay? He's going to serve too. Don't you think they're going to get by the ones that sold us into slavery? It wasn't the Israelites selling you into slavery. That was Esau, Moab, and Ammon. You can follow each one of them slave trades, and you'll see Esau, Ammon, Moab, Ishmael somewhere in the fruition, handing us over to the oppressor. Right? They shall be your inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the earth. They got the word eretz, the earth, and thy possession, which is the word akuza, something seized. Right? Same thing, right? And thou shalt break, spoil, ra, then with the what? Shabet, rod, a stick, a branch, right? With a ruling of iron. Iron is what? Iron cutting, an extension of an iron implement, an axe head, a barzel. Thou shalt dash them in pieces. Look at that. Nafats, dash pieces. That's what they did to us. Like a potter's. Now notice the iron, right? What do they do? Put the yoke of iron around us, right? It's coming back. Like potter's vessels, right? Okay. Now, back to Isaiah said it like this, right? Okay. Yeah. Isaiah 49, all day long. 42 says, behold, my servant whom I uphold, my elect, whom my soul delight, I have put my spirit upon him. He shall bring forth what? Japheth. Judgment to the Gentiles. Gentiles going to be judged. It's coming. You can't get around it, right? You better get on the right team, right? Or like Gino says,
are you going to repent?
That's it. All right. 42:6 says, I will keep thee and give thee for a covenant of people, for a light to the Gentiles, right? And they go light to the Gentiles. That's just, okay, that's the light. You warning the Gentiles to know you handling y'all's people wrong. Oh, it's not going to be pretty for you in the kingdom. All right. And he said, it is a light thing, thou should be my servant. Okay. He said, I will also give thee the light to the Gentiles. Okay. Now, this is the one I want to hear. So the Gentiles are going to bring the sons. That's the great harvest. In their arms, and their daughters shall be carried upon their shoulders. That goes to royalty right there, right? That's showing you right there. The enslaved that came in the ship, right? That same enslaved person came in the ship is now going to be on the shoulders like a king. That's what they did to Eddie Long before he died. Raise him up, put him on a king. He knew what he was talking about, but Eddie was nowhere in the position to be a king at that point in time. What he was doing, he needed to be stoned. What he needed, allegedly. All right, so Gentiles shall come to thy light, the kings thy brightness. Thou shalt see the flow together. And he says, and the forces of the Gentiles shall come unto thee, right? The gates shall be open continually, that they shall not be shut day or night, that men may bring unto thee the forces of the Gentiles, and that the kings may be brought. Be brought to do what? Be brought to serve. You're going to come bowing on your knees. All the nation's leaders. You're going to eat crow.
What does that word forces mean there?
Forces?
Does it mean in numbers and in droves, or are there resources? And okay, an army too.
Everything. All they got.
Strength.
Everything that they own. The bank account going to be emptied out. They're going to make a deposit into the First National Bank of Israel.
Down payment, the rest servitude.
Thou shalt suck the milk of the Gentiles, the breast of the kings, and thou shalt know that I, Yah, am thy Redeemer, right? But you shall be named priests of Yah, and shall call ministers of Yah, right? And you shall eat the riches of the Gentiles. And in their kabod shall you boast yourselves. And their seed shall be known among the Gentiles, and their offspring among the people. And they see them shall acknowledge them that they are the seed which Yah hath blessed, right? And the Gentiles shall see the righteousness and all kings thy kabod, and thou shalt be called by a new name, right? For thus saith Yah, behold, I will extend peace to her like a river, and the kabod of the Gentiles like the flowing stream. Then shall you suck, you shall be borne upon her sides and dangle upon her knees, right? I will set a sign, right? And here's the judgment. I will set a sign among them, and I will send those that escape of them into the nations, Tarshish, Pul, and Lud, that draw the bow, to Tubal, Yavon, and the isles afar off that have not heard my fame, which lets you know Christianity was so truthful. How come they haven't heard his fame in Tarshish, Tubal, Yavon, Lud, right? Yavon would be the Greeks and the Romans. They never heard his fame before. So much for Christianity, right? Catholicism, okay? The lion is come from the thicket, and the destroyer of the Gentiles is on the way, okay? And they are among the vanities. You can go all day long with this here, all day long. Okay, now, the law, he says the law should go forth. I'm going to show you what the Messiah said in Revelation. And the Messiah said about the rod. Okay? Now, in fact, I got a couple more places for the rod. We're going to wrap this baby up. I know I told you to wrap it up about an hour ago, right? Let me see. Your stomach growl yet? You hungry yet? Okay, let's see. This is the good stuff here, y'all. I'm going to say so myself. Okay. Let's see. So that was okay. So Revelation 2:26 and 27. So let's do that real quick. Revelation 2:26, 27. This is what we all have read and never really understood what it meant, right? Revelation 2. What I said, 2 and what?
26.
Did I say 26? Revelation 2:26 and 27. Revelation 2 and 26. Okay, oh, I got the wrong one. Revelations 2:26. Let's blow this up. Okay. He says, and he that overcometh and keepeth my works unto the end, to him will I give what? Power, privilege, exousia, force, capacity, competency, freedom, mastery, magistrate, superhuman, potentate, token of control. Good gracious alive. Boom. If you keep it to the end, that's why we got to keep this covenant, brothers. Since people tell you don't have to keep the all statutes and commandments of the Most High. Don't you buy that. Don't you buy it. You cutting out your reward. Right? So he says, I will give you power over the nations. Does that sound like somebody gonna be holding somebody's hand and talking sweet to them? Whatever you want, honey. No, he said, I'm gonna give you power. I'm gonna give you all of that, right? I'm gonna give you ability, privilege. You're gonna be privileged. You're gonna have force, capacity, competency.
Superhuman strength.
Superhuman. Potentate. Token of control. Full control. Right? Like Janet Jackson, you're gonna be in control for real, right? And he says, watch this now. This is the kicker. And he shall rule, that's the word poimeno, to 10 as a shepherd. He shall rule them with rod, that's the word a stick or wine, crutch, a cane or baton, a royalty, with the rod of what? Iron, made of iron. You're going to rule, you're going to tend, you're going to supervise them with the rod, a stick. Like the shepherd. Grab you around the neck, bring you in. You don't want to do right. Right? You're a goat, you're going to get beat. Sheep kind of follow along, you know. Goats get stubborn, Billy. Right? And they shall be broken. Look at that. And they shall be broken to shivers. Shattered, crushed completely. That is shattered. Even as I received of my Father. And I will give them the morning star. Right? Now, we find the same thing in another place in Revelation 12 and 5, right? And she brought forth the man-child who was to rule, there goes that word again, to rule, to tend, to supervise all nations with the rod, stick, wine, cudgel, or cane, or baton of iron, made of iron. Now, when you think about slavery, right? They had a rod of iron. Think about it. See, we get dumbed down. We think about rod of iron. We make it to be something cute. Well, the slave masters, what they have a thing what they call branding you. You know, like they do the meat, the steak, USDA prime meat. The rod is nothing cute, brothers and sisters. The rod is for correction. You know, when the proverb says, evil's bound in the heart of a child, but the rod of correction, that's what the rod is, right? I'm gonna confirm that in a minute, and we're gonna wrap this baby up for real. Okay. He shall rule the nations with the rod of iron, and her children was caught up unto Yah and to his throne. Right? See that? Look at that. They're not going to heaven. That's Christian doctrine there. They're going to be caught up into heaven. They shall be, is their child was caught up to Yah and to his throne. So that's what? The second coming, or which precedes the gathering of the saints. Boom, right? So now, Revelation 19 nails it and brings it home. And then I'm gonna go to Isaiah 2, and we're gonna be done with it for today. All right. So now, Yah says in Revelation 19, he says, and I saw heaven opened, right? This is the second coming now. Verse 11, I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat upon him was called Faithful. Remember we were reading about the horse earlier? Those men on the horse who were, I didn't read that part. When he talked about, he said, he showed him, let me read that first and then I'll finish this out. Okay. The horns that scattered Yehuda. Okay, Zechariah. That's what Zechariah. Okay, Zechariah. All right, this one. He says, then I lifted up my eyes, right, and saw, behold, 4 horns. Now, if you don't know prophecy, you don't know what this is talking about. Talking about the 4 beasts or the 4 horns, right? And I said unto the angel that talked with me, what be these? He answered me, these are the horns, right? In the ladder of Yaakov, he talks about the 12 periods where the faces kept changing. Those are the horns. The 4th horn is more diverse than the rest of the beasts, right? So it kept changing his face. This book is detailed, right? Okay. Let me give it to you first. That's more diverse. That's Daniel. Okay, the 4th great beast. It said the 4th great beast came up from the sea, diverse one from another, right? So it said the 4th beast, dreadful and terrible, strong exceeding, and had great iron teeth. It devoured and broke pieces, stamped the residue with the feet of it, and it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it. See that? That's your diverse beast. So the 4th beast, brothers and sisters, is the extension of Rome, which is the nations, or the Gentile nations, which are the ones that control the last end of the slave trade, which is the transatlantic slave trade. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
So now, putting it all together, So we see, let's go back to Zechariah, then we go to Revelation, then we're going to go to Isaiah 2. We're going to wrap it up. Okay. All right. So now, so he says, these are the four horns. The fourth one is more diverse. The fourth one couldn't be described because it was so diverse, he couldn't put his finger on it. That's why he said it was diverse. Right? What does diversity mean? Different. Right? Different. I couldn't figure this one out. This one was different. Right? What is the label they use, right? Whiteness, right? Okay. Then lifted I up my eyes and saw, behold, the four horns, right? And I said to the angel that talked with me, what be these? He answered me, these are the horns which scattered Zerah, diffused with no toss, Yehuda, Israel, and Jerusalem. Boom. So those four horns, the fourth beast, the fourth horn, are the ones, the four horns, rather, not the fourth one, but four. When you go to each one of those slave trades, those four were responsible for scattering Yehuda, Israel, and Jerusalem. Those four beasts, or four busts, as it says in the ladder of Yaakov, kept changing their faces. These are the Gentiles that scattered Yehuda, Jerusalem, and Israel. Boom. Does that make sense? That's the mystery being revealed. Religion don't like that. But it's not about feeling good. It's historical. You felt good when you had the advantage. Okay? Be happy when they say, be a kumbaya moment. Okay. Now, so he said, these are the four horns are, these are the horns which have scattered Judah, Yehuda, Israel, and Jerusalem. He leave everybody out. And Yah showed me the four carpenters, right? And then said what come these to do? And he spoke, saying, these are the horns which have scattered Yehuda, so that no man did lift up his head.
Their horn.
Huh?
Lifted up their horn.
So that no man, no, right here. So that no man did lift up his head. But these are come to fray them, to cast out the horns of the Gentiles, which lifted up their horn over the land of Yehuda to scatter it. So that is the payback. That's the payback. Huh? You scatter Israel, and these horns, Judah, he said, is my battle axe. You see, y'all don't like me. I'm trying to tell you. Wait a minute, hold on. Let me give it to you. Y'all think I'm making this stuff up. Okay, Jeremiah 51:20. All right. This gonna bring it out. If this don't bring it out, I don't know what will. Okay, this is Jeremiah 51:20. Let's start right here, verse 17. It says, every man is brutish by his knowledge. Every founder is confounded by the graven image. For his molten image is falsehood, and there is no breath in them. They are vanity, the work of errors in time, and their visitation shall they do what?
Perish.
They're not going to have kumbaya moment. They're going to perish, right? Mm-hmm. The portion of Yaakov is not like them. For he is the former of all things. And Israel is who?
The rod.
That's a good that stick again. What is that? Shabbat. Right? He is the rod of his inheritance. Right? Yah of hosts is his name. Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war. What does the battle axe do? He's going to tell you what he's going to do. For with thee will I break. And we're in the fots. Scatter, dash, beat asunder. I will break the nations. Look, we don't have to formulate an army to fight back. Just serve Yah. And when the going get tough,
the tough get going.
Tough get going. Yahshua see, and like what he did. See, just like it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. He said, I heard their cry for their taskmasters. Yah said, it's time now for me to send the entourage. The armies in heaven to come down for my boys. We're going to wipe these suckers out in a city near you. Boom. We're going to wipe them out. They're not going to cry no more. I'm going to wipe the tears from their eyes. Right? They shall dwell in peace. It's going to be a great day. You're going to see your loved ones again. Know what's going on. Even those that was blinded. They Israel got to come back. You got to get it right. They're coming up out the ground. All right, now let's see. Whew. All right. So he said, thou art my battle axe, weapons of war, for with thee will I break to pieces the nations. Now that makes sense, right? And with thee will I destroy. What? He gonna destroy the kingdom? I thought he gonna repair the kingdoms. He gonna make America great again? Well, Martin said, you going down, boy. You going down, boy.
We're getting ready to take you down, boy. Getting ready to take you down, boy. Getting ready to take you down. Look at your boy. Get ready. Look at your boy.
Right?
Man, you want to sprint with me, boy? You want to sprint with me, boy?
That's right. That's what it's going to be. You want to sprint with me, boy? He going down, boy. He going down. Right? He says, look. He says, where was I at? Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war. For with thee will I break to pieces the nations, and with thee will I destroy kingdoms, and with thee will I break in pieces the horse and his rider. With thee will I break in pieces the chariot and the rider. With thee also will I break in pieces the man and woman. I mean, that wicked one. How are you going to break them to pieces? By just stroking their back. You whip out that rod. Right? The sons and daughters shall go into captivity. Right?
Amen.
And with thee I will break to pieces the old and young, and with thee will I break in pieces the young man and the maid. He look, he not have no discrimination. Everybody getting paid back. I will also break in pieces with thee the shepherd and his flock. Farmers that stole your farmland, raised the taxes so you had to lose your property so they could take your farms. They giving it back. With thee will I break in pieces the husbandman, his yoke of oxen. That's what I'm saying. With thee will I break to pieces the captains and rulers, and I will render unto Babylon, not just America, to Babylon, all the inhabitants of Chaldea, and all their evil that they have done in Zion in your sight, says Yah. Right? That's it. And thou shalt not take of thee a stone for a corner, nor a stone for foundation, but thou shalt be desolate forever, says Yah. See that? All right. Now, let's wrap it up with Isaiah 2, right? Verse according to prophecy, there's going to be a reversal. We see the reversal. Yah prophesied through all of my. I had a whole lot more verses I could go to, but I'm allowing the Ruach to take me to the ones so we can wrap this baby up. All right, now Isaiah 2 and 1. All right. The word that Yoshiyahu, son of Ammuz, saw concerning Yehuda and who? Jerusalem. It shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of Yah's house shall be established in the top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow unto it. Why? Because you're under the government of the people that you oppressed, and you got to report for duty. And many people, right? Arab, abundant people shall go and say, come ye, and let us go up to the mountain of Yah, to the house of the Yah of the Hebrews. And he will teach us that we're under grace now.
Christianity. Nope.
Just love everybody.
Nope.
He will teach us his ways. Right? And we will walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth grace. Huh?
The law.
Out of Zion shall go forth the law and the word. Wait a minute. The law is the word, isn't it? So how can you separate the law from the word? The law is the word. Well, the law is how you enforce the word. Right? The law is the word in written form.
Mm-hmm.
Yah speaks. It's recorded. Remember he said, I set heaven and earth to record before you this day.
Mm-hmm.
Recorder, record, same thing. That's the record. The law will be written down that was spoken. Right? The law and the word of Yah from Jerusalem. And then, not only he didn't just stop there, just in case, he shall judge Japheth among the nations, and shall do what? Rebuke. Look at that. Rebuke is the word yachah. To be right, that is correct. To argue, to decide, to justify, or convict. So the court's going to be open. Somebody going to read some judgment for disobedience. There's a sentence. There's a price to pay. You ain't going to go on. You're not going to say, well, Jesus paid it all then. No, it's going to be too late. Jesus is going to be whipping you with the rod. How you like him? How you going to like him then? Right? All right. Now, he says, he shall judge among the nations. That's what we read in Revelation. He shall rule the nation with a rod of iron. And he shall judge among the nations and shall rebuke many people. Not all, but many, because some people are going to be obedient. And they shall beat their swords into plowshares. That's doing 1,000. Ain't going to be no fighting in 1,000 years. Only fight going to be is that whip hitting you if you disobey him. And the spears and the prune hooks. We'll have to turn on CNN News and see who's warring today. Ain't gonna be none of that going on. Ain't gonna be no warring going on, right? And the nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. O house of Yaakov, come ye and let us walk in the light of Yah. Right? That's it. Boom. All right. Okay, let me give myself a hand clap. Now, I have more, but I'm done for now. I could probably go another hour or two, but I think that's enough for now. Mm-hmm. So, after presenting my case, it's in the hands of the jury to decide. Is there going to be a reverse slave trade? Is there a payment back that will be paid? Because the Most High said, through blood, right? You shed a man's blood. Blood gonna have to be shed back. Some innocent blood that was shed that didn't go judged. And don't say, well, that person was judged because they had a conscience in their whole life. They just was guilty about what they did. People have guilty complexes all the time. They ain't do the magnitude of the things that, you know, I grew up being guilty because I wasn't tithing. You don't how is that one law still in effect that others are not? You don't tie curse for curse, right? Okay. So it's up to you that's viewing, especially if you're a Gentile. Look at what was presented. I invite you, if you so choose, if you're bold enough to do a reaction video, reaction video to what was presented and copy me so I can respond to your reaction. Okay? So with that said, brothers and sisters, I hope you still love me. Because this lesson, the Most High put on my heart about a month ago, and I was like, wow, I need to talk about this because we got to warn the nations what's to come, right? The Most High told the prophet, he said, if you don't warn the people, he said, his blood will I require at your hands. So that's why he said, proclaim this among the Gentiles. Let them know. You're not getting by. You think you got by? You think your forefathers got by? You think you can keep using that same old bullet point? I never enslaved nobody. Okay. Keep saying that. We'll see you in the kingdom. Right? Somebody said, that's not love, bro. You need to preach more love. He said, whom he loved, what did it say? He chasteneth. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Hold on a second. I can't find it now.
I think that's the same one that mentions.
For whom he loved, he chasteneth. See that's Hebrews. This is Hebrews 12:6. See that AI, they know the word. You gotta do is just ask them. They know the judgment come. Is there coming a repayment day? Ask Google, ask AI. Is there coming a repayment day for the slave trade for what they've done? Is there ever going to be any reparations? I should ask him and see what he says. Right? So was that Hebrews what? It says, for whom he loved, you see Hebrews 12:6. For those that say, brother, you're not ministering in love. See, people don't like for you to tell them. He said, what did he say? Cry loud, spare not. Show my house, show my people their transgressions. And the house of Yaakov their sins. Mm-hmm. So Hebrews 12:6 says, for whom Yah love, he chasteneth, right? Disciplines. And he scourges, flogs every son whom he receiveth. If you endure chastening, right? Yah deal with you as sons, right? For what son is he whom the Father chasteneth not? But if you be not chastisement, without chastisement, okay, they use the word paideia. It says education, training. It says disciplinary correction. Whereof all are partakers, then are you bastards and not sons. Okay, that's good. So next week, we're going to kind of a continuation. But our lesson for next week is entitled, hold on a second. Lesson for next week is entitled and let everybody know. Next week we're going to talk about America will pay reparations. Oh, so that's good. So I actually kind of part 2 of this. Okay, so I can get my notes back out. America will pay reparations for the slave trade. That's the title for next week. America. And when I say America, I'm not just talking about the United States. I'm talking about America and all its outlanding what's the word? Political word? Territories. Will, must, and will pay reparations. And we're going to amplify that. Okay. All right. With that said, I'm done. Prayerfully you all got something out of this lesson here. If anybody have any rebukes? Let's look at the comments real quick. Anybody have any rebukes?
No rebukes.
Comments or questions? Sauce is not the white. Sauce is not the white man. Sauce. Oh, what'd you say?
I said it was quite a bit of comments earlier.
Okay. Let's see. I'll entertain some of the comments here. Okay. Let's see. We'll go down first. Let me just say, because I didn't get to say it, I got right to rolling. Greetings to everybody that came in. We got Brother Dollars. I saw you comment on the I say Sega Genesis. Priest Genesis. Obama did nothing for us. Trump said him giving Larry Hoover clemency is our reparations. Oh, did he say that really? Good to see you, Emory Josiah. Let's see. My comments is going away. The ones up top. Okay. Leonard de Yehuda. He said fire. Is it rain again?
Sound like it just started.
Thank you, Leonardo Yehuda. We have never had a black Negro Hebrew president. They gave us an African American, half African, half white American president to shut us up. Is that sister Shamura? Did I say it right? Shabbat shalom to you, my sister. I think Trump gave us Hoover, to attack Ibrahim. Right. It's not a fair exchange handoff, Ibrahim. Yeah. Joy Reid, another teeter agent. Equity doesn't mean Hebrew, it means gayness. War scroll, okay. 1:3-10. There shall be great panic among the sons of Japheth. I would like to put that on a shirt one day. White supremacists get to carry their racist flag. I would like to counter them. Brother, War Scroll, let me see. I think you sent me that link there. I'm a copy that because I want to pull it out. I think you shared it before. Okay, I'm gonna copy this, put it in my notes. Okay. I'll put it down at the bottom. Uh-oh. Let's undo that. I don't want that. Unpaste without format. There we go. Okay, let's go back to see. All right. Okay. Obama calls all the foolishness he makes our struggle with the alphabet community. You watch that, Brother Dallas. He probably going now. They never have the money, but they sure got it to send to Ukraine and Israel and Afrikaners. Yeah, they want to. I mean, they don't have it to pay us. I mean, they can't. They can make a payment arrangement, I guess.
They don't have it to give them, but they give it.
I guess they can make a payment arrangement on the reparations.
They could just print some money.
Make a down payment. Hey, that's not a bad idea. Maybe they should make a down payment on the reparations. Make a down payment.
Mm-hmm. I know, that's right. Send me a $30,000 check for starters.
That'll get us up into the gathering. Especially white women they made out with affirmative action and continue with grift with DEI. They use their pain and pass on all the foolishness, but we get pennies while they get paid. Okay, allegedly. So I know YouTube is kind of funny. They'll be block something if I read something. Somebody said allegedly. Maybe I read silently. Mm-hmm. Genesis 15:14. I have to include that one. Let me see. Genesis 15:14. Okay. I'll put that in my notes. Did it again. What'd it say?
Yeah. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge. Mm-hmm. And afterward shall they come out with great substance.
Very good. That's the parallel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see. Where was I at here? Up here. They got the land. Okay. Feds own 650 million acres of land. I think we should start here. Mm-hmm.
What do they need that much land for?
That Maryland governor knows he is playing dumb about reparations. Yep. I don't just want reparations. I prefer them also return to the Russian I read that part already, right? Common sense needs no study. There you go. Esau is not the white man. That's right. Google hates me typing that. Esau is not the white man. Google conveniently corrects my words a lot. All right. Okay. That's going to do it, brothers and sisters. So I pray for those of you that are keeping the Shabbat, I'm sure you're here, you're keeping the Shabbat. You might have some visitors that's Christians that are 7-day or first day. But hey, you're here keeping the Shabbat with us for now. So praise the Most High for you. So as we close out, we want to thank the Most High for all you that join us on this live stream. We pray the peace of Yah, the path of all comprehension, keep hearts and minds through Yahshua the Messiah. Until we meet again at the point in time. We say hallelujah.
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 Todayah.
Todayah.
Amen.
Amen.